Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, man, it has been a shitty morning. So I hope you all are doing well. You hear my dog barking in the background. How is everybody doing? What is he barking about? I don't know what he's barking about. I hope everybody's doing good out there. It's been a bit of a rough morning. It has been. Wow, I'm kind of like frazzled. So first and foremost, yes, everything is okay. So what happened is I slept through my alarms. Okay, now it's a combination of things. I was overly tired. Yeah, and unfortunately, Corsi, I was supposed to have two guests on this morning. I was supposed to have Jefferson Spatchcock and Corsi. Corsi unfortunately can't join because Corsi's going to work. So I've been this morning. I am the Titanic asshole. I am the asshole this morning, and I slept through my alarms, and it was a combination of two things. One, this December has been a bit of a grind, so I've been like grinding out content. So I've just been focusing on putting together videos, and so I've been grinding this entire month. And two, so I've just been tired. And two, when I set my alarms, apparently, and I tested it, apparently when my alarm went off, it would start at the normal volume, and then the volume would suddenly drop, and it was quiet. And I can't figure out why my iPhone is suddenly doing this, like why my phone is suddenly doing this. So my alarms didn't wake me up because I have 3 different alarms that go off to make sure that I'm up in time, and I heard none of them. My wife didn't hear them, and the dogs didn't go off at the alarm. So I guess I just slept right through them. And that, it's my fault for letting myself get overly tired, and I guess not checking my phone or figuring this out. It wasn't a problem the last time I had to wake up, when I set an alarm. So I don't know what happened. I still have to dig into my phone and figure out what the hell is going on. But it sucks. But good morning to y'all, or good afternoon, because it's now afternoon. It's afternoon. So I hope you all are doing well. I hope everyone is doing well. This is the stage of reason. The stage is still set over on the politics Discord server, so I'm still going to fire it up. I'm just doing the pre-show here so I can get warmed up and get my voice going, and everything is good. If I do have a guest join me later on, if they're able to, then the invitation is still out for Jefferson to join. I know, of course, he can't. When I do this again in January, which I promise you, and I don't make promises lightly, I promise you will be on time. But when I do this again in January, Corsi's, the invitation is still open to Corsi to join me on the stage with hopefully a month's worth of advance notice. So, and we'll just do it again. So unfortunately, this was a little bit late, but I wanted to make sure we get it done because I got to keep the schedule on and keep this going for the algorithm. So I hope all of you are doing well on this Sunday. At least it's not. I'll say this. At least it's not like 9:30 in the morning, because like 9:30 in the morning, sometimes people are gonna like, oh, it's so early. But I appreciate all the people that hung out and stuck around. I saw John Mayos, who was hanging out the whole time. So appreciate you sticking around. Vic Lit, thank you for the message on Discord. Wrote an LS name. If you can hear this, thank you so much for reaching out to find out if everything was okay. So I do appreciate that. Appreciate the people that hung around waiting. I'm sorry that I left people hanging. Like I said, I feel like a Titanic a-hole. It's my bad. So PO Channel 2 says, do good warm up. Maybe I'll go Discord and meet you there. Cool. Thank you, PO. Appreciate it. Turing Test 2, good to see you. Tommy Temper, good to see you. Mr. Idiotic, good to see you. Bellywood, Vic Lit, Rasheen, thank you so much. Elizabeth S, thank you so much for being here. The Merlin, you rock. And Corsi, if you're still listening right now, my sincerest apologies. Like I said in the message when I messaged you, I'm the screw up. I'm the a-hole. So, and if I left you hanging or whatever, if I screwed up any scheduling, you have my sincerest apologies. I am so sorry. I hate, if there's one thing I hate, is unprofessionalism and behind the scenes when it comes to like doing this kind of stuff, because it's ostensibly is a job. So and I don't like doing that. I like, so punctuality is very important because I work in the industry. I work on film sets. I work in theater, and 15 minutes. If on time is 15 minutes late is kind of like the mantra that the educators, kind of my trainers and my teachers pretty much dumped into my or beat into my head. So I don't like being late, and it just because it just comes off, it's so egotistical, and I hate that crap. So because everybody has to wait for me because I'm so important. Yeah, so never good, but everything is okay. I'm just an idiot, So, and Merlin's like, I woke up at 9:30 this morning. Let's see, and typically, like, I'm going live at 9:30, so which means I've been up since like 8:30 in order to make sure I got my drinks, make sure I got my vape, make sure I've got all my notes set up, make sure I got Discord set up, and a huge thank you to Taco out there for making sure that the stage of reason was all prepped and good to go. I have it already set and ready to go. Start the stage, so I guess life. Yes, of course you're right. Life does happen, and I hate when it happens to me, or I hate when it happens like this to me. So, but nonetheless, we will push through. So, but good to see everybody this morning. I hope you're all doing well. So, some huge things obviously going on. I haven't done a live stream in a while, and obviously there are some big things. Yes, there are conservative atheists. I've met a few of them. Not many. They're the minority, but I have met a few. I do know a few of them. So obviously some huge things going on in the world as we speak. Now, I mean, I haven't done a live stream in a while, and I know that people were yammering about this, and I didn't know if I wanted to jump on the bandwagon, but obviously we all have our opinions regarding what happened in New York. The shooting, I'm not going to call it an assassination, the shooting of the, what was it? United Healthcare CEO. I don't know where you fall. I don't. I know where I fall, and I think that the vast majority of the outpouring, I guess, like the vast majority of the opinions on that regarding the shooter Luigi and the CEO and what his job was, and this is obviously one of those big moral things, kind of like one of those moral dilemmas, or maybe it's not a moral dilemma. Maybe your empathy, maybe your subjective empathy and your subjective moral intuitions and valuations indicate that it's not, that there's no dilemma there, that it's just mathematics. It really is. One versus millions. A guy does what he does. And that it's hard not to go to like Godwin's law and stuff like this, and you say, what would you do if given the opportunity? And so I will say, regardless of what people's opinions might be, whether it's never a solution, or it's only a solution when the law fails, or when whatever those opinions might be, I think that what happened in New York is a symptom of a greater issue, and it was an unavoidable symptom. So I think that that's what's going on there. But I would love to hear other people's thoughts on that, like what they think about that. I'm pretty sure I know how a lot of people are gonna feel, and how they're going to express it is like, murder is one thing, but murder is one thing, but in this particular instance, I mean, do we draw a hard line, or what do we do? As a society, we have particular rules. We have particular goals that we abide by, which makes certain moral distinctions objectively true in regards of that. But is this the kind of society? Is the society that we're currently in the one that we intended, and is the one that we want? So, is Luigi's action of taking out that CEO a violent move in the direction of trying to get back to the society, or get to the society that we wanted to be at? To establish these things that what this CEO did for a living is not okay, and not in line with the society that we want to see. And how justified is it how justified is a person when to choose to use violence to get to that society? So I know it's a major topic, and I know they've already caught him, and he's already I think that they're currently fighting extradition from Philadelphia. So I don't know. So, but my thoughts on it are that essentially, I don't condone breaking, like wanton breaking the law, but I understand breaking the law, especially when the law is set up or has been manipulated to do a disservice to the people, and that a person can make millions off of the deaths and the suffering of thousands, if not tens of thousands of people, and then do this consistently, as a job, as like his career, and then people be surprised that someone would take action against that would eventually be pushed to the limit to take action against an individual because the system itself won't do it. I get that. I do. There is logic there. So, but ultimately, a lot of these things are mind dependent. They are subjective. So it's how people interpret it. I don't want to see a society have to devolve into chaos in order to get to the society that we want to be. But so long as money and power dictates law and policy, that sometimes that's the only option that you have is violence, is violent uprising, because you're never going to be able to change it because you're never going to have the money and the power to compete with those who are already in those positions. So I don't condone it. I'm not calling for it, but I would not be surprised if we see more of it. I almost myself kind of like want to get find a billboard, like an empty billboard, rent a billboard and put up deny, depose, deny, defend, depose, like up on a billboard somewhere, just off some highway, just off some interstate. This is where you was random empty billboard see, and they just post that up there, and I just it's kind of like my own statement, but yeah. So it's wild. I don't know if anything huge will come of it. I myself don't foresee a giant movement coming out of it. And even if there was, it probably would go the way of Wall Street, of like Occupy Wall Street, which was a really, really good idea with really terrible organization. So, I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go. But it is nice to see that there are CEOs out there, that there are CEOs in their companies that are backpedaling in response to this, that are rethinking the profit generating measures, probably especially when those profits come at the expense of people's lives. So hopefully we'll see what happens. I will follow along closely. I don't foresee this being the shot heard around the country where all of a sudden class warfare begins and the 99 turns against the 1. I don't see that happening, but this is kind of like on the road to that potentiality. So I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll watch. We'll keep our eyes on the news. Captain Butt, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Shiz, good to see you as well. It says, yes, the beard is growing back slowly but surely. It's coming back in. Good to see you. Moon Shoes, good to see you. Yeah, there's Jefferson Spashcock hanging out. Jefferson, since you're here, I want to apologize to you again. I am a Titanic a-hole. I am the fuck up. I blew through my alarms. I allowed myself to get overly tired because I've been grinding videos this month, and I've already got 2 videos that are scheduled to come out, and I've got 2 more in the works right now, and I've just been like nose to the grindstone to get them done. I have not really been like very responsive on Discord just because I've been focusing, because I'm trying to push really hard to get to 10K as soon as I can. I'd like to get to 10K before the end of the year. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm going to push hard to do it. I've got 2 more videos that are coming up. December is just going to be full of videos, just full of content, and hopefully the same quality. So I let myself get overly tired. And for some reason, when my alarm goes off on my phone, the alarm goes off and then all of a sudden the volume drops. Like it goes loud and then drops down low. And I slept right through it. So I'm the douche in that respect. And I left people hanging. It's unprofessional. And I am, and I apologize. If I screwed up scheduling, I'm really upset with myself. But I am still holding the stage of reason. I'm doing this little pre-show to get myself warmed up, get my voice warmed up, and we are going live at 12:30. So I'm already in the stage here on Discord, here on the Politics Discord. I'm sitting in. I'm going to kick this off and start the stage at 12:30. It's all ready to go. As you can see, if I do this, there it is. That's me waiting. So we're going to do that. So if you'd like to join, Feel free, Jefferson. If you're not able to, that's cool. If I get another guest up, that'll be all right as well. So, but we'll figure it out from there. Otherwise, it'll just be me, and I'll be having some conversations with others. Burt Russell, good to see you. Adam Strange, what's up, my Adam Strange is here. Good to see you. What's up, Globetard? That's the next thing. And thank you so much, Jefferson. I do appreciate that. You rock. I do. You do. All right. So the next big thing, which I found really, really interesting, is, hey, Maya Atkinson, good to see you. The next big thing that I saw that was pretty awesome, and that was local, is that a local Tulsa radio station, or a local radio station called KFOR here in Oklahoma, won their federal court case, against Ryan Walters, who is the superintendent of the Oklahoma School District and a Titanic a-hole himself, but for different reasons, because he's a hardcore MAGA guy, and he's a diehard Christian nationalist who wants to put the Ten Commandments in schools. He wants the Bible in every classroom. He wanted to mandate teachers teaching from the Bible because it's a historical document. Absolutely hilarious. And so what happened was, and what basically, hey, Leah Phileas, good to see you. I'm honored that you're hanging out. Appreciate that. And Darren Delaney, good to see you as well. Thank you so much. And Left-Handed Jedi, good to see you. And you have the Trump Bibles and everything. So Ryan Walters is an extremely hardcore Christian nationalist. What's weird is that he didn't always used to be like that. Apparently, at one point, he was a very, very popular teacher. The students really liked him. He never voiced any major political things. He didn't get like this until he got the superintendent position. So that's what happened. And then all of a sudden, all this crap comes out. Now he's like anti-woke, he's anti-trans, he's anti-LGBTQ, he's pro-Bible. He wants, religion in the classroom because it's historical. He believes that the country it was founded on, Christian values. It's every trope, every Christian nationalist trope. He is all of them. So, and as usual with the vast majority of hardcore Christians like that, he is also prone to a number of scandals, because there has been a lot of questions from the Oklahoma Attorney General about where certain monies have gone. Where's the money, Ryan? Because he was supposed to allocated $3 million from the state budget in order to buy inhalers, in order to put emergency inhalers in every single nurse's office in Oklahoma schools. That never materialized. Where'd the money go? Then there was supposed to be money that was supposed to be allocated over a I believe 3-year period, where it was a bulk of money that was divided up into 3 sections, and then that could go out once a year. And that money was intended for the schools with a population that was high enough to warrant security upgrades. And this was decided in the aftermath of Uvalde. And so the state relegated a large chunk of money to the Oklahoma school, or to the Oklahoma schools, and said a school can apply to get access to that money once for the next 3, like one time every year. So they can apply 1 year, get a chunk of money. And if they need more, they can apply the next year, get another chunk of money, and so on and so forth. But if they decide to hold off and do some, say a school, it's too soon, and the school wants to do a comprehensive review, bring in, a third party, do some assessments and figure out the best moves, they can hold off and they can apply the second year. And because they held off that year, they can then get the first and second bump. They can get the whole thing. Okay? So it was a really nice setup. Never happened. No one ever got any money. People apply, school districts applied, superintendents were there, and the money never showed up. Where's the money, Ryan? It's like asking David Miscavige, where's Shelley? But yeah, so he's had his fair share of controversies, like just bad controversies. Now, and recently one of those ones was he was paired up with so the way it works here in Oklahoma is that the Oklahoma School District has its own attorney. So every board has their attorney, and he's got his, and the Oklahoma School District, the Oklahoma School Board is no different. They have their own representation. Now, that representation can either be an outside counsel taken from, like a private counsel that is approved by the state, approved by the Attorney General. They can be a temporary appointee, like an interim appointee by the AG. Like the AG can say, okay, like the last council left or was fired or died or whatever like that. So we're going to give you a temporary appointee, and then we'll move on to the next selection process from there. Or it can be an attorney that works in another area of the government that is covering them, that basically covers them. So it can fall under an established employee for the state, a temporary appointee by the AG, or someone brought in from the outside that is then approved by the AG. And apparently what Ryan Walters did was that he was refusing to allow journalists into the public access board meetings for the Oklahoma Board of Education. He would not allow them access to like their meetings, to their announcement meetings and their planning meetings. He wouldn't let them in. So he just barred the doors from them. And the AG got a hold of this, told them that they couldn't do that. They refused to comply. And KFOR, which is a station here in Oklahoma, sued the board, took it to federal court, and won on civil rights violation. That the Board of Education was violated. The Oklahoma Board of Education was violating their civil rights, violating their First Amendment, and now now the judge has lifted that and basically said they have access. You know, they have you have to allow them access. It's public access. You know, this is a state-run deal, and so journalists have to have access. So now they've opened the doors back up to reporters. So that took going to court to do that, to make that happen. And that's the kind of person Ryan Walters is. But it's a huge victory for the First Amendment. It's a huge victory for journalism and for keeping, for maintaining the transparency we need to ensure that Christian nationalism is not able to sneak in, back doors to get around the establishment clause, so that was a big thing that happened. And the last thing, and we're going to go live here in a few minutes, and Jefferson Spatchcock, it is in Discord, so it's the Stage of Reason there. Stage isn't available on Politics yet. It should be. Let me see here real quick. Let me do that. I see Jefferson. So the cooking I was planning to do. Oh, okay, cool. So I saw your message, just saw that. Stage Reason is there. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna kick it off here in a few minutes, Jefferson. Let me know what happens when I physically start the stage. So maybe we'll see what happens when I actually start the stage and the notification goes out. So we'll do that. All right. So the last thing that happens, and a huge giant shout out to all of the badasses who are down in Antarctica right now destroying the flat Earth. So I saw the post go out from Simon Dan. He's more connected to it than I am. But MC Toon and a number of others are down there right now, kicking ass, taking names. And apparently, the word I got from Dan was that. The word I got from Simon Dan, was that flat earthers have now seen the midnight sun, because apparently the conditions were perfect. They watched the midnight sun, and apparently a lot of them were just crestfallen. So I don't know what the details are. More obviously, Dan will talk about it. Toon will talk about it. Looking forward to Toon's stream because he's physically down there, down there doing the work. I was following his streams as they were getting closer and closer, and then when he was on his way down to South America, when he was in South America, so on and so forth. But yeah, so now they are, they're down there in Antarctica, and apparently they've done their experiments. They were able to get it all, and apparently right at the start of the trip too. So that's fantastic. So now they can do more stuff, which is really, really awesome. But they're down there with with the penguins and doing the thing. So in one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. So congratulations to MC Toon and everybody down there for doing the work and giving these guys giving these flat earthers more exciting ways to cope that will provide for more amazing content. So, but yeah, let's see what we got here. Okay, so I'm going to add the stage here, and we're going to go there, and let's see what happens. Elephantant, good to see you. Astro Onion, good to see you. Everyone knows they will make another. Says, come on, Jail. Everybody knows they will make another BS reason why the sun was okay and it's still flat. Only they can grip. That's true. Probably. Hey, God equals square root of -1. Good to see you, bud. You're probably right. You are probably correct. I'm curious to see what's going to happen, but I know that this is going to be a big hit. I think Jeranism is down there as well, and so we're going to see some titanic shifts, some big shifts in the flat Earth culture. So here we go. Let me start this bad boy up. Get the notification. And that notification should go out. Jefferson, let me know if it is on there. And we'll see if we can handle see if we'll figure out whatever sound's going on. Kent Speaks, good to see you. Let's see here. Let's check this out. Why does it say limited? I'm going to check something out real quick. Because I just fired it up. I am live. Nobody's joined yet, but I'm going to double check something right here. Forging Thought, good to see you. Figure out, see what's going on here. Send a message to the mods because it says stage limited, and I don't know what limited means. So we're going to figure that out. So while I'm waiting for that mod, it should only take a few seconds for them to get back to me because they're pretty Johnny on the spot. I hope you all have enjoyed the recent content. I hope that the stuff that I put. Oh, holy shit! Crafty Keela is in the house. How about that? Crafty Keela, I hope you are doing well, and I hope the little one is doing well. He's probably sprouting like a weed. I hope everything's going well for you out there. It has been forever, and I'm glad to see you pop in. Glad to. It's your side for sore eyes, No, didn't distract me at all. Well, maybe a little bit. You popped in. I was like, it's Crafty. That doesn't answer my question. So, but this is silly. Maybe I should just call Taco. Maybe I should just message Taco. So, but it's 2.5 now. We should definitely catch up soon. Absolutely. It's 2.5. Where does the time go? Apparently it goes right into my beard. Oh, freaking wild. That is crazy. But congratulations. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad everything's good with the family. Fantastic seeing you. But Russell says, for just an FYI, there's a slasher lurker behind you. Yep, Jason's holding down the fort, doing his thing back there. He likes it over there, just chilling. So, but yeah. Man, oh man, I was trying to figure out what the heck is Dinesh D'Souza. So I'm not impressed by Dinesh D'Souza at all. I think that he is he's overblown, and not worth anybody's time. The last thing I saw with Dinesh was the debate he had with the debate. It was not really a debate. It was really more of a staged a conversation on stage, but or like a back and forth. But the so-called debate that he had with Alex O'Connor, and Alex chewed him up and spit him out. It's the exact same thing happened when, and this is Alex. Alex is I swear, Alex O'Connor is the Dudley Do-Right of atheism. He really is. Nicest guy ever. And, absolute sweetheart. And just, the dude's just a complete and total badass in everything that he does. And I really, really like him. Alex toasted. Just like I recently saw the actual debate, even though it was on modern day debate. I watched the debate between him and Phil against Cliff and Stuart Connectily. And it was not the shit show that I thought it was going to be, but Alex and Phil handed them their asses, and they did not realize it. The raging out nonsense that came out of Cliff and Stuart's passive aggressive, attempts to kind of like, attack, or his passive aggressive attempts to kind of like his passive aggressive snarkiness did not play well. When Alex and Phil are chilling there and just basically explaining it, like this is what this is, like that, and just very calmly, and they're freaking out about that's the worst world in the blah blah blah, all these logical fallacies, appeals to emotion, appeals to consequence, blah 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 blah. It's just, it was just crap. So, which is why those guys don't debate. You don't really see them in debates all that often. So, Politics Discord server is hosting me, Jefferson, and I don't know why. Someone told the mod said that it was limited, like that it says that it's limited because of like incorrect permissions or something of that nature. Even though I am a stage moderator, so I don't know what happened. I really don't. I look through the settings. I don't have anything that I can change. I honestly don't. This is going to happen. I'm going to figure it out. I've got time now that I'm fully awake and I'm ready to go. Forging Thoughts is D'Souza is a wordsmith, knows vocabulary. Connecting the words is hard. That's true. Hey, Peter Noddle, good to see you. Yep, Craft Tequila's in the house. It's pretty awesome. Shovelhead Steve, good to see you. Says, why do I have reminders on if it won't remind me? Oh, well, made it now. Thank you so much, Shovel. Well, I was late anyway, so I apologize for that, but I appreciate you hanging out. Red Ink, good to see you. Just saying hi. Things are all just awful given the Christians want-to-do list and evil F Trump. Yeah, it's gross. I don't know where it's going to go. Zhang Fuxiang religion. Dinesh proves miracles are possible. Snakes can talk. I like that. Well done. Yeah, Alex did roast him. Alex roasted and toasted him, And so I'm not impressed by Dinesh. And the debate he had against Matt Dillahunty was one thing, but that wasn't really because Matt is such a completely different style from Alex. So I kind of expected that turned into kind of like a shitty little back and forth whatever. But Alex was like the consummate professional and just slow roasted that fucker, and Alex was controlling the temperature on the boiling pot, and Dinesh was the frog. He didn't even realize what was happening, which is just hilarious. Crafty says, does anyone do streams anymore? I think it's because of the holiday season, just because of the time of the year. More people are just dropping content instead of doing live streams. But this is my monthly stream, so typically I have it scheduled, so I do this at least once a month. But streams are still good. Streams still work. And as soon as I can figure out what the heck is going on here. As soon as I get a response. I've actually been thinking about doing maybe doing a review of the the debate over on Modern Day Debate. Hey, Rational Anti-Theist, good to see you. And Vanguard Shield, good to see you as well. I've been thinking about, and Kokos, thanks so much for hanging out. I've been honestly entertaining the idea of doing a review of that debate so I could break down all the areas, because Alex is not the, for as good as he is, Alex is not the kind of guy to make it to point somewhere out someone. He would much rather continue the conversation instead of explaining why another person is wrong. He'll point out where a mistake is made, but it won't be the major point of it. He'll be like, that seems to be you're committing this fallacy, or you're making this mistake, and this is where it's actually going. So he'll try to he's much more gentle about correcting the course of the conversation when the other person gets off track or the other person makes a mistake. I myself am much harder when it comes to that. Is that I just hit harder in that respect. And so, which is probably why I'm not as popular as Alex O'Connor is. But yeah, Alex is more the Socratic method. He absolutely is. And Alex is a sniper rifle. I'm more of an M1 Abrams, in that respect. That's what you said, how I kind of view it. I just hit harder, and I hit harder, and I don't leave much in the don't leave much of the path. But I've been thinking about doing it so I could break down how Cliff and Stewart's responses were absolute crap, were just garbage. And just and I'll have to cut it up, so it'll be like a review. So I'll download the whole thing, and then I'll cut up the areas just to talk about what Cliff and Stewart are talking about, so I can look at those and see how they're responding to certain things. Or maybe I'll just do a straight up live stream review where I just play the whole thing and just pause it and just talk about the whole thing. So, Bob Nodale's Gyroscope, good to see you. Karis to 23 says, I say you're more of an AC 130. I'll take it. Rational Antitheist says, question for Canada for all of you south of the wall. What the hell is going on with this drone thing? Random, I know, or should I be thinking lock and load Brides of Frankenstein? I don't know what the drone thing is. The last thing I heard about it was the last two things I heard was, one, people were shooting at the drones, which of course they will because we're America. People were opening fire on them. And two, a county sheriff in New Jersey attempted to intercept one of them with their own industrial drone. So they had their own, so they set it up to try it, and apparently the drone outmaneuvered them and took off, and they couldn't follow it. So I don't know. You got me. So I don't know what the drones are. John Mayo says, drones? No, man, they're just birds. I don't know what's going on. It could be an elaborate prank. Knowing, this country's love for ad revenue, it could be a media stunt or promotional stunt. Who knows? Jefferson Spatchcock says, my money's on Amazon trying to hostile take over Santa. That's hilarious. That's funny. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the mods. Ask them a question that they can't answer. Rodnell's name says, don't know what they are, so obviously it's aliens. Yeah, no idea. Although I do find it interesting that I think it was my wife pointed out to me a couple of days ago, there was a guy, apparently, there was a guy on the internet who predicted that aliens would invade. That there would be an alien invade, or they would invade, or they would show up, that aliens would show up. He was predicting it was going to happen in a few days. But like all predictions, of course, it failed. There was no grand, all of a sudden, Independence Day, they come out of the clouds, or even the arrival where they just descend down in their ships. No idea. But I don't know. I have no idea. But I guess we'll find out in that respect. But yeah, I don't know what the drones are. I think it's hilarious. And I think it's funny because people are shooting at them, even though it was requested that people not do that. So people are shooting at them. And that reminds me that goes all the way back to the 90s when Independence Day came out and they did the television broadcast. The words of local officials are warning Los Angelinos not to fire at the space, not to fire at the ship. You may inadvertently trigger an interstellar war. So that went out over the news in that movie. And I was like, and of course they're firing at these things as well, which I think is hilarious, you know. Or it reminds me of Don't Look Up. Don't look up when the meteor's coming in after all the stupidity, the meteors come, or the comets coming in to destroy it. Then like Ron Perlman's there with his gun. He plays the general. He with the gun and he's firing his 45 at the meteor, which is hilarious. So that's true, John Mayos. If they invaded in 2025, wrong president to be handling that situation. That would be bad. Oh, I think we're good. So let me try this again. All right. Yes. Yep. No more limited tag. All right. Here we go. Okay. I think we're in good shape. I'll make your event primary. Yes, please. That would be awesome. Okay, so for those of you who are in Politics Discord, Jefferson, if you were there, you should be able to see it now. So, three body problem is really, really good. It's a very, very truncated version of the books, but definitely check that out. It's really, really good. Alien invasion wouldn't surprise me. I, for one, welcome our new extraterrestrial overlords. That's true. Maybe they can sort us out, All right, let me go ahead and fire this up and add that to the stage. I think we're in good shape. Turn my mic. Welcome, everybody. There's my man. He's going to be here for a bit. Let me go ahead and invite him up here as my fellow guest. Make sure that we got the sound thing going off. I hope everybody can hear me all right. Jefferson, I see that you got your headphones. You're good to go now? That might be a settings thing, is what it is. So, they were very cool. The mod was really cool and put the stage primary. So we're looking good there. I want to make sure that if you pop into politics, you can see it at the top. Yes, you can. Fantastic. So it's right there at the top. So that hopefully that'll work and people will be able to see this and come in. So welcome to the Stage of Reason. Starting a little bit later this morning. I do apologize for the delay. Had some issues this morning waking up and getting going, and I'm really annoyed, and it's very unprofessional. But we are here. So this is the monthly stage where I sit down and me and a special guest sit down and talk with believers about what they believe and why. My guest this morning is Jefferson Spatchcock, who's a good friend of the channel. Apparently Jeff Can't Tech, which is the hashtag going around, and thanks to Bob Nodell's gyroscope. He may be having some microphone issues. I think he can hear me. Jefferson, do you happen? First and foremost, check and make sure you don't have push to talk activated, because I see that happen a lot. Sometimes the push to talk can be on and it's ready to go, but you have to hit like the shift button or something like this in order to be heard. So that could be.
Is it working now?
Yes, I can hear you.
And I think I lost you. This seems to be the problem. If I do voice activity as a setting, I can be heard, but now I can't hear you.
But you can't hear me now?
Oh, wait, no, you're coming in. It just cut you off as it switched over. So, but now you're coming through. So,
awesome.
So far, so good.
Yes. Oh, character's like, oof, loud. Yeah, I could turn him down a little bit. Yeah, so just a hair. All right. So, fantastic. Dude, how have you been?
I've been all right. Been busy. Work usually for me gets busy this time of year. So yes. Between that and just kind of processing politics and kind of trying to take a break from some of the really bad takes in like mainstream media, I've just been doing more reading rather than making videos.
Oh, dude, I'm damn near fully off social media. Like I'm barely on Facebook because I just have it for Week in Horror for the podcast for like, the community I built there. And I'm off Twitter.
Right.
I don't know if I'm going to move to Blue Sky. I don't think so. I don't like that, but I'm just like, I've completely disconnected it. I unsubscribed from from Midas Network, from all the other cats that I listen to. I'm done with it.
I've got some thoughts about some of their clickbait titles. It's
I
like
know,
they're still
right?
doing the OMG Trump said this, can you believe it stuff. It's like, yes.
And then like half the shit that half the shit I'm listening to is like, this is a nothing burger. There's nothing here. It's like, and I just got tired of it. I really did. And Brian, I know it because Brian Taylor Cohen is not as bad, but Brian and the others are so much better than that. They're better. And I think it's
because they really don't have anything else to cover except sort of kind of hyperventilating about what might happen once he gets sworn in, instead of covering what I thought was a legitimate legal argument as to whether or not he could even swear in the first place.
Right.
Because there were three states that kind of left that, at least in their court, Colorado, Michigan, and Maine, where it was like, yeah, we can't kick him off the ballot. However, the fact that he's a felon and one of the charges is him maybe, inciting an insurrection. Can he take the oath? And it looks like, yeah, we're just going to let him do that. So, okay.
Wow.
We're not going to try to settle that question legally. He's just going to do that. And then,
the wheels of government stop for no one, even its own founding documents.
Yeah. I think it's funny now. I think the most effective thing that they should be doing, and it's one of the I paid less attention to Cohen and even Pacman and the Midas Network, is because I don't think they've taken the lesson from this. It is now time for them to stop talking about Trump as something distinct from Republicans. He's now in the Republican Party, and the best argument that I can make for that is that Trump ran on a policy of using the government to actively make people's lives better, even though most of his plans were actively stupid and involved attacking other Americans or undocumented migrants to make your life better. But now that he's in there, it's a bunch of movement conservatism stuff where private sector people are coming in there and saying that they can regulate themselves better, they can regulate the government better, and they're going to cut a bunch of funding. It's like, that's not what Trump's voters want. He said he was going to make their groceries cheaper. He said he was going to make the gas cheaper. He said he was going to make housing cheaper. And you guys are coming in there and just doing this whole, the old Reagan Thatcher thing. The biggest problem you have is government standing in your way.
Right.
It's like they actively want government helping them out.
See, that's why I'm very much like, look, the country spoke. They're going to get everything they deserve. This country's going to get everything it deserves, and I hope it gets everything it deserves. My hands are clean in this. I've washed like Pontius Pilate. I have washed my motherfucking hands of it, and I have walked the fuck away.
Yeah,
not my problem. Not my problem anymore. Well, yet I don't know if it'll. I don't know what will happen, but I guess we'll find out. We'll find out come January. But let's fire off the stage. See, a lot of people are piling in. I see a lot of familiar names. All right, so welcome everybody in the audience. Hopefully, we'll get some more and we'll see some good activity. But this is the stage of reason, where we sit down and talk with believers about what they believe and why, covering a variety of topics, whether it be religion, theology, science, philosophy, you name it. Sometimes even politics. But this is pretty much it. So, if you are a believer, we do prioritize believers in this, whether you might be a pantheist or a deist or a Christian or a Muslim or whatever. We can discourse on pretty much anything, discourse here on Discord. And so we will prioritize believers, and put your hands up, and we will bring you up in order to have a chat with you and pretty much talk about what you believe and why. And before we get started, a huge thank you to Second Best Bob, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 38 months. I do appreciate that. This is live on my YouTube channel, and thank you, Jefferson Spashcock, for joining me. I apologize for my lateness because I am an unprofessional douche, but I will try and make up for it with an awesome stage. Let's see who we have up first. The Omni-Liberal Lover is here. Some of these names often make me wary, but we'll see right here. Omni-Liberal Lover.
Yo, what's up, baby girl?
So, welcome to the stage. What do you got for us today?
Wait, yeah, I heard you guys were talking about Trump before. Is this? I just saw the title. Is it only God, or is it a?
This is
talk about Trump?
typically this stage is talking to believers about what they believe and why. Predominantly about religion. We were just, Jefferson does a lot of political coverage on his own channel, and I cover it sometimes. So we were just like catching up and chatting because I haven't seen him we haven't talked in like almost a month. So we were just catching up. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that was all I wanted to talk. I don't know anything about religion, so I'm gonna go.
Okay, cool. Well, appreciate you popping up. All right, awesome. Cool. See, look, quick, concise. There we are. I love it when it works easy like that. All right, let's see what we got next. Independent thinker. Come on up to the stage. So yeah, we will definitely we will prioritize believers and people who have not been up on the stage before. So if it's your first time, like Fight Club, come on up on the stage, talk about what you believe and why. Independent thinker, good to see you. Oh, sorry about that. There you are. I'll make sure that your volume's good so people can hear you. What do you got for us today?
Why'd you pick me?
Your hand was up.
Yeah, I know, but there's a lot of people with their hand up. Do you remember debating me the other day?
Apologies, no.
No? Okay. I don't really recall the specifics.
I
debated you.
I talked to many people.
Yeah, I know I debated you the other day. I don't recall the specifics of what we talked about either.
Yeah, I talk to so many people on a daily basis. Sometimes they kind of like run together. But what do you got for us today?
About the topic of God?
Yeah. Are you a believer? Are you a believer? And if you are, what do you believe in and why?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe in God. I wouldn't say I believe in God. I'd say I know God exists. There's a difference, right?
Yeah, there is a difference between knowledge and belief. So can you demonstrate its existence?
Demonstrate?
Well, when you say that you know that it exists, so obviously that claim is empirical in nature. Existence being a first order property that must be established before you can assign attributes or actions to the thing. It must first exist before it can do anything or have any attributes. And because you're saying that it exists, then that's establishing that it is mind and context independent, has realness and substance. So that it is a concrete thing and not an abstract conceptualization in your mind. So can you demonstrate that your God exists independent of mind and context?
Oh, you just made up you just gish galloped and you made a whole bunch of a whole bunch of points. I mean, each one of those would warrant a response. When you say demonstrate, I can demonstrate it to myself. I don't know if I could demonstrate it to another person other than what's called logical evidence.
Okay, so if you can't demonstrate it to anybody else, then how do you know it's true in external reality?
That's not what I said. What did I just say?
You said you can't. You don't think you can demonstrate it to other people.
That's not what I said.
So you can demonstrate it to other people.
I said I'll say it again really slow. I can demonstrate it to myself,
which is irrelevant.
However, just wait. That's not let me. Can I finish? No, you're confused about what I said, so I'm trying to help you. I said I can demonstrate it to myself.
Okay.
However, when it comes to other people, the only way that I can demonstrate it is through logical evidence. I didn't say I cannot demonstrate it.
So there's
Did you hear the logical evidence.
Hang on.
Excuse me, I wasn't done.
It's my stage.
No, hang on. I was in the middle of my sentence.
It's my stage. So hang on a sec. We're going to get clarification. I'm going to clarify to make
sure. My stage, so I can
I'm going to clarify. I'm going to clarify. So make sure that we're on the same page. So make sure that I'm not losing you. You can either argue for it with a logical argumentation. Okay, you can provide a logical argument, which is not evidence in and of itself, or you can provide evidence. So a logical argument, like a conclusion follows from the premises, a valid argument, is not evidence in and of itself. Argumentation supports evidence. So,
yeah.
Would you like to provide the evidence that it exists?
Yeah, that's actually wrong. So if you want, I'll post a synopsis in the chat. of what logical evidence is?
I'm not looking
because
at the, I'm not
logical
looking at the
evidence
side
is
chat.
actually considered. Oh, you're going to keep interrupting?
No, I'm not looking at the
There's
side
no-
chat. I'm not looking at the side chat.
You're
I'm
not gonna,
talking.
okay,
I'm
no
talking with
problem.
you.
It's okay. Then I'll read it to you. Logical evidence is a type of information that uses facts, reasoning, and figures to support a claim or argument. It's based on rational thought, process, and sound principles rather than emotions or opinions. Logical evidence is important in argumentation because it helps to establish the validity of a position and can strengthen persuasive efforts. So logical evidence is a form of evidence. So you've already made a few points that I'd like to debunk, but this is the first of many. If if we can actually get there.
Yeah.
So logical evidence is a form of evidence. So next.
Okay. So in this context, because of your prior established statement that the God that you believe exists concretely, that it exists is concrete and not abstract, correct?
That's right. So now we're talking around in circles. I already addressed the belief thing. Remember when we talked about this?
Instead of running off on your own dialogue tree, I just need you to listen and answer the question. Okay? Because I wasn't finished. It's not hard.
I need you to listen too and stop interrupting.
It's my stage. So if you're going
that's
to
fine.
just,
so,
if you're just going,
so that means
if
you
you're
can
just
talk
going to,
over me.
if you're just going to overtalk, then we're just going to move on to the next person. But we have to parse these things out piece in piece. Okay. Now, what I said was not a word salad, and I didn't gish gallop. There are certain logical entailments to the statement that you made. You said that the God exists and is a concrete thing that exists independent of mind and context. Existence is a first order property. There are logical entailments to that. Okay, that it can be demonstrated independent of mind and context, that it has substance and it has realness. If you are arguing that the God is equivalent to an abstract conceptualization, then you could rely solely upon logical argumentation if it was just an abstract. But you're arguing that it is concrete, which means that you need to be able to establish that it actually exists external of mind and context. Otherwise, there's no differentiation between concrete and abstract as indicated by your argument. You're simply arguing for the possibility or probability of a particular God, depending upon whatever God you're arguing for, which we still don't know. We still haven't established. You could be arguing for deism, which is completely unfalsifiable, which means it is logically possible. We just can't determine the truth or falsity of it. So I'm asking you again, can you provide the evidence that this thing exists independent of mind and context?
Yeah, I'd like to make 4 points there. So first of all, you're saying that I'm arguing possibility and probability when I haven't actually made an argument yet, which wouldn't constitute as either. And that's actually, I wouldn't have made that argument. My argument wouldn't have been possible in regards to possibility or probability. I was going to make a completely different argument. So it's strange that you say that. You also said that you also muted me a bunch of times and said I was over talking, but what was funny is you overtalk me every single time.
So I'm not going to sit here and whinge about the meta. I asked you a direct question. I want to know if you can demonstrate, if you have the evidence to present that demonstrates that this entity exists independent of mind and context. Your logical argumentation will support the God itself that you can demonstrate to exist and has the attributes that you think it has. So again,
I'd like to point out too that based on the statement that he put in there, and I kind of revised it a little bit, based on what you're talking about, the logical evidence goes to citing external facts to support the claims within the argument, but they're not necessarily evidence that support the external evidence that support the argument, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And if you are going to actually cite external evidence within those and put those in the argument, that would be another example of logical evidence.
I'm sorry. I would support what argument? I'm confused now.
Any argument.
Any argument.
Logical evidence is something that supports the structure and the persuasiveness of any argument that you give.
Right, I understand. But I'm the one that made that presupposition. I'm the one that set that foundation. I'm just curious what argument you're referring to because I haven't made any argument.
My argument I'm not saying you made a specific argument. The claim that you're making.
Stop over talking, or this isn't going to go in.
Okay.
No, this guy's a dick.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing the Discord thing? Because you've got the Discord brain rot.
Yeah,
this is just bro bullshit.
It's very, very simple. Okay, So here's the problem, and this will go to Made by Jim Bob, who is hanging out in my live chat as well. Exactly like Jefferson Spatchcock was explaining, you can make a logical argument, meaning that, you can provide a logical argument for pretty much anything. So long as your conclusion follows from your premises, that's fine. Okay. But that's if you're simply arguing for a particular position regarding something. All right. But if you are priorly establishing that a thing exists concretely, independently of your mind, okay, then it must be established that there is evidence for that existence external of yourself. Because you are establishing that it is external of yourself, that itself in nature is an empirical claim. Because you're making a claim not about your mental states, you're making a claim about external reality. That there is a thing that exists externally of you and interacts directly with the universe itself. That is theism. Because you're establishing the nature of the claim being empirical in nature, you're saying this thing exists, and this is the logical argumentation that supports the attributes and the nature of the thing that I'm asserting exists. Well, if you just go off of the argumentation, you're still, and you haven't yet established that it actually possesses the first order property of existence, then you're just begging the question. So you need to establish the evidence that it exists before any logical argumentation or logical evidence that results from that can be applied to support that that assumes that it is supported by its very existence. That's the problem. This guy established that it exists externally of his mind as a concrete thing, and then he's ignoring the entailments of that. And you appealing to math does not work here, because mathematics itself, this is Jim Bob, mathematics itself is abstract. Mathematics is a descriptive language of logic for quantification, and it describes things. It can be utilized. The formulas can be done in your head, but it can be utilized to quantify things in external reality. So I can say 2 + 2 = 4. That's a mathematical formula that is abstract, that describes a system of quantification. But if I have one rock and another rock, and I put them together and say I have 2 rocks, now I'm making references to things in external reality. There's a difference. Okay, so he's got to provide the evidence that the thing actually exists before any argument for it can be deemed to be logically supportive based upon its existence, which is yet to be established. So this is a last opportunity. Independent thinker, can you provide the evidence that it exists independent of mind and context for any of your argumentation
this whole time.
For any of your argumentation to hold water?
Okay. Can I talk now? I've been trying to this whole time, but you keep muting me over and over again. I'm not sure how you imagine I'm supposed to provide evidence. Please stop over talking. Please stop over talking.
Because I want you to stay on track and stop whinging about the meta. So just do it.
Yeah, you need to stop over talking and muting me. Okay, so here's
that was your opportunity. So, all right. Next up, B. Healy.
Hey, I just wanted to say.
I wasn't expecting you guys to pull me up so quickly.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
I wanted to sum up.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Joe. I mean, maybe I'm not being charitable here, but it kind of seemed like if his initial statement was not only does he believe in God, but he knows it, and the reason he knows it is because of logical evidence. And then the statement that he gave seemed to say that, okay, if someone can construct a sufficiently valid argument that is persuasive to him, then it follows that it's actually real.
Pretty much. And I wanted to get around that, and he's unable to do that, which is very sad. So sorry about the B. Healy. I know we kind of jumped on you there.
All good.
But how's it going? Welcome to the stage. What do you got for us today?
So I'm kind of on the whole the Ritz on the whole God thing. I don't know which religion I'd want to belong to. I don't know which religion I find myself believing more. But I also just want to ask, you guys, as a more personal question, are you guys yourselves atheists? Do you guys not believe that a God exists?
So for the sake of conversation, I will say yes. I identify as an atheist. If we wanted to get into the dirty weeds of it, there is an argument for agnosticism, which is the God category itself is incoherent because it doesn't reference anything external of mind. So there is no like objective external referent, mind independent referent for what a God is. So in order to determine what the God category is actually referencing, you have to go to each individual person. So there's no like coherency there. There is an argument for that, but for the sake of conversation, yes, I would identify as an atheist because I do not believe that a God or gods exist, because I have been presented no evidence nor argumentation that would warrant belief.
Okay, I understand that, and I kind of agree, and also, I kind of agree, and also like relate to that. Like I'm not. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say mine's a little bit different. Like I don't really care about the rejection of God. Mine is more the rejection of certain dogmas. And I've done this before in the past, if I've had conversations with people who are believers and they say that they've had subjective experiences of the sacred or the holy or something like that, I usually tap out, because at that point I'm not going to tell them to, hey, put that in a logical syllogism, and make it math.
Like in my opinion, as soon as it turns into like a subjective reality, that's where I kind of tap out, because it's kind of hard to disprove something that's subjective.
Yeah,
right.
And if that's the case, and that I don't mind. But to me, the debate worth having is when somebody's like, I had this experience on a mountaintop and I just felt something flowing through me. Also, God wants me to vote Republican and abortion can never be allowed. That's like how did you go from that to that?
That
like,
stuff I hate. I can't stand.
Yeah, that's what I object to. So I get labeled an atheist, even though I might be more of a deist.
I just consider myself more agnostic, just because like I don't want to completely deny that something's there, but also I don't agree with the certain like dogma or like the certain things that like say Christianity or Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, stuff like that.
Yeah, once people start getting into like what you should wear, how you should cut your hair, and the foods that you should combine, it's like, okay, I think we've all lost track of the somebody had a vibe once upon a time, and now we're all wearing beige. Like, how did we get here? Anything
I
like
love that. I love how you said that.
anything that's culty like that, that's the stuff that I object to, and that's because that's like the first gap in critical reasoning. But if somebody's out there saying like, yeah, I'm kind of inclined to think that there's something more beyond what we can see. We know that too. We can test that with science.
Yeah.
There's things beyond what our senses can do.
Yeah,
but
because our senses are relatively crude compared to like.
Yeah, and even our science is relatively crude, that's detecting the stuff beyond what our senses can do. But for somebody to be like, I think there might be something more, some kind of, if somebody's trying to tell me it's consciousness, a force or something like that, I'm like, okay, that's fine. But when they say, no, it's actually it's a tri-omni being with who is also three persons. It's like, okay, check out, because this is fan fiction at this point. Unless you can support that, you're done.
What I dislike about, I know I'm going to be calling out a specific religion for this, but Christianity does that a lot. They use the book to justify the book.
Right. Yes.
Which kind of seems like a circular justification.
Or even worse, they develop a dogma from a misreading of the book and then use that to interpret other parts of the book to make everything fit.
Exactly.
So, it just gets worse. Yeah.
Like I used to be like not the most devout Christian, but like I read the Bible. I prayed whenever I needed to, but like I prayed whenever I had the opportunity to. And I just kind of like, the more I read about it, the more I talked about like religion with other people, the more I like studied other religions like Taoism, Buddhism, Sikhism, stuff like that. It's just I can't say that Christianity is the ultimate truth like a lot of them say it.
One thing that
if that makes sense.
A position that I've recently taken on that, and where I've kind of gotten in my work, in the work that I do and the activism I do, is that I've really started pulling back from getting mired in theological like debate, like debating the theology of a particular position, because ultimately the entire field of like theology in and of itself is just a collection of post and ad hoc rationalizations. Because the whole thing is predicated upon one very, very simple premise, is that this thing exists. And now the field of theology is going to be arguing about the nature and reason and attributes or whatever of this thing that exists. But if the thing doesn't exist, which is a logical possibility, it's logically possible that it doesn't, then we're just begging the question. Then pretty much theology is just begging the question at the core. And so why would I argue about something that hasn't even been established to exist independent of mind and context? Why are we getting lost in the weeds? And the older I get, the less tolerance I have for those kinds of debates, because I'm like, why are you debating the attributes of God? And, I get the logical problem of evil. I get Averroes' paradox of the stone. I get all the stuff that we could run about, or we could get contradictions in the Bible and blah blah blah. But none of that stuff is relevant if the God doesn't exist. So let's talk about the God existing, the God category, which I think is where all the conversation should be aimed at. That's my personal opinion. I don't know if Jefferson agrees, but
no, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, I think I mostly agree. I think, yeah, focusing on where things kind of run off the rails, but I've already got up. But to me, like if I were to, somebody were like, "Oh, are you an atheist?" Like, in the sense that if I were to walk into a church and they ask me if I believe in like Jesus and salvation and original sin, yeah, they're going to say you're an atheist because there's only one God according to their dogma, and that's how it's going to work. But if they're like, if I had to describe myself, I might be somewhere between an agnostic and a deist, because as far as that concept goes, I don't know.
Remind me again what a deist is.
A deist is somebody who I would I don't know. I don't know if it's actually a strong assertion that they believe that there's some kind of creative force, there's kind of singular unifying creative power that made everything, or if they're just kind of inclined to think that. And if that's the case, then maybe I fit with that, in the sense that I don't disagree that there's maybe not an impossibility of that, but I guess I probably, as time has gone on and I've had more of these discussions, I'm more or less an agnostic, and that whatever we're talking about, we can't really know, I think, in any real way, outside of like maybe feelings that have something to do with that, some kind of sense of the divine or sense of something greater or something like that. And again, that gets back to that, how do you talk somebody out of a subjective feeling kind of thing. But where the rubber hits the road is where somebody creates, the cult, and then, the rules and the stuff like that, and, the in-group and the out-group and all that stuff. And that's, to me, that's what has to get, examined. I think people would be better off if they had those feelings, to be able to find ways to express them in certain ways, rather than trying to create committees and organizations around them and just find a way to express that artistically, and put a pin in the fact that maybe they can't know everything about it, and they certainly can't speak for that thing and dictate how they think other people should behave. I think that's
right.
I think
what I sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I pretty much agree on that. I've always seen deism as kind of like the idea that there is a creating entity, there's a creating or an entity that is powerful enough to create things, and so it kicked the football in the universe and then fucked off with no evidence left of its existence. It's pretty much what it is. Is that it doesn't?
And to me, that makes more sense.
It doesn't interact with anything, and it's completely unfalsifiable by virtue. It's logically possible that it exists, but we can never tell. We currently cannot tell if it does or it does not. So it's, it's like you would necessarily have to be agnostic regarding that, because you can't currently know whether it exists or not. And I'm
not sure if we'll ever really know either.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, unless all of a sudden the resolution starts going out on the simulation, and then we suddenly realize, oh, that's what it is, before it all cuts out. But
yeah.
But if like your reality starts de-resing in front of us, but yeah, pretty much it.
All right. Well, I don't want to take any more of you guys' time, since I'm not like really the biggest like God believer.
Cool.
But it was nice talking to you guys.
Appreciate you coming up, B.
Good to meet you. JL, I got to get going. I wish I could stay longer. This is probably going to get probably pretty interesting, but I hope you can tag in somebody that can help you out up here. But I do have to go. So
okay, no problem. Well, I appreciate you hanging out for the time you could, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, JL. Yeah.
All right, boss.
Take care.
You too.
Yep.
All right. A huge thank you, Jefferson Spatchcock, for hanging out. We're going to bring up the next person here in just a moment. Just want to address this one thing. There's a big to Made by Jim Bob the deal. When you're talking about, like, I understand the conclusion you're coming to in regards to mind. The issue being is that we all worldviews get hung on a horn of the trilemma. It's completely unavoidable. And the mind in and of itself, I hold to the position, the kind of the Nietzschean response to Descartes in that respect, that we do presuppose the I and the cogito, because there is no mechanism by which we could differentiate, okay, so because our interface with reality is our subjective internal experience, you can't defeat hard solipsism. There's no defeater for hard solipsism. So in that respect, we can confirm that there is an experience being had, but the sense of self could be a projection. So the I is presupposed. You presuppose that it is the self, and the self is the I. You presuppose that going forward. Okay. because solipsism is logically possible. It could be a projection. The demon could, Descartes' demon could be projecting the sense of self, and you could think that you are you, but you are not actually you. Like, how would you know if you thought you were you, but you were the dream of something else? And so that's problematic in that respect. We all start from there currently. It may change in the future, but we all currently start from there. The question then comes, is there a mechanism by which we could, since we interface with what we would call objective reality through our subjective internal experience, there's no mechanism by which we could even tell if we did have access to that. We could say that it's probabilistically true that we do, but we can't determine absolutely that what we are experiencing is what there is to be experienced. So yeah, we all start from the same kind of like shaky foundation. The question then becomes, are we going to multiply our entities unnecessarily going forward and commit further fallacies in order to justify particular intuitions, which they themselves are informed by the experiences of the individuals around us? And so it moves the needle forward or back on probability in that respect. And that's where we're going this. If you're going to make a claim about external reality, that is an empirical claim, and that should be addressed in a very, very particular, rigorous methodology. If you're going to make a claim that is simply self-identifying, that you feel that a God exists and you understand it as an abstract conceptualization that represents certain things, it's like transcendentals, that's fine. You can do that. But if you want to sit there and turn around and jump the shark and say this thing exists in reality and interacts with reality and does all this, well, there's mechanisms and methodologies and entailments to that we have to address. So it's all about limiting how many, us multiplying our entities unnecessarily, like Occam's Gillette. That's pretty much what it is. And so make sure that we are committing as few logical fallacies as possible in order to get as close to the truth as we currently can, given the evidence we have access to, without begging the question of the existence of things to justify personal emotion-born intuitions and inclinations. So let's see who we have up here. I am kind of wary about, but Nyclot has never been on the stage. Nyclot is pretty infamous. So, but I've never had a chance to one-on-one. Let's see what Nyclot has to say.
Yeah, hey, what's up? So hello. I do have an argument in case you're interested. Someone was nice enough to put it in video format. I don't think the music is very good, but you can kind of go through it and we can actually discuss premise by premise.
Well, I'm not streaming any videos on this. It's just a discussion stage about what people believe and why, and that's pretty much just all it is.
Okay, real quickly. So for people here, they can see my argument. It's a pretty good one. Plus, I am doing 150-pound dumbbells on the incline. So I'm going to use the Plato method of rhetoric that says, yeah, fucking big. Well, yes, Spade, can you bench 150-pound dumbbells? I don't think so. There you go. So let's go. Would you like to go through the argument?
Well, what are you arguing for?
Okay, so my argument is not the standard Judeo-Christian notion of God. It's more of a mystical monism. It's more of something getting me towards a Neoplatonic one. That would be it.
So are you predicating this on a claim about external reality?
So the starting premise of mine is a phenomenological experience. So I start out, let's see if I remember my argument. I don't have it kind of in front of me because I'm not watching the video, but I start out with the idea that my experience, our experience, is that of a unified consciousness of self in unified objects, which is basically just a fancy way of saying that I perceive something. Right. So when I perceive a tree, perceive a rock, perceive a car, there's a unified consciousness, unified mind stream that is perceiving something and is perceiving it as a unified object. So this is just the experience and the perception for the first one.
Why would you call it a unified consciousness? Because it is your experience, it is an experience and the I is presupposed. So, but you interpret the experience through the sense of self. So I get that. But why would you say it's unified in that respect? Because it's singular to you, because your frame of reference within space-time is yours and yours alone, and is not shared by another entity. And you don't have access to other subjective internal experiences from different frames of reference, which could be completely different from yours. So, which is why
that's what I mean by unified.
But wouldn't that be disunity? That would be yours separate from theirs, and then truth has to come to.
No, unified just means your ego, your own individual ego. When I'm saying unified, basically the idea I'm saying that. So you're perceiving a tree, then perceiving a rock, then perceiving a car. These perceptions are in one mind stream. My consciousness is not mixed up.
Oh, okay.
So I should just clarify that from the start, that's kind of what I mean by unified, that I'm not mixed in with yours.
Okay, I thought my bad. The terminology, I took the terminology to imply they were going into kind of like a universal consciousness, like the idea that all consciousness is a thing that human beings tap into, that old concept, which obviously would have to be demonstrated to be true before we could make arguments about it. So I mean, if you do you believe that the whatever version of an entity, do you believe that it exists as something external of you that interacts with the world, or it doesn't interact with the world, or do these things exist as abstract conceptualizations in your mind that represent things in reality?
Okay, so the first premise is just the phenomenological certainty of the experience. It's in the second premise, which I state that the unities of consciousness and these objects are actually unities. They're not just unities of experience, they are actual unities.
I apologize. You can make that statement absolutely, given your subjective internal experience? Because probabilistically, you could say that there's a probability to that, but I don't think you could make that statement absolutely.
Well, there's nothing you can make absolutely. The way that I would look at it, if I really wanted to proceed down this argument, I would say something to the effect of the coherence and consistency of impressions indicate that there is an actual unified consciousness that's doing this. And I would have to say that I think the burden is on the mereological nihilist. Since the mereological nihilist has views which go contrary to our immediate intuitions. And by intuition, I'm not just talking about a gut feeling. When I do this phenomenological analysis, I do see this unified consciousness, something I experience. I think the burden is on the mereological nihilist to go against or to defeat the essential intuition. So premise 2 would be justified in that way.
Okay, but couldn't someone, I mean, I get the idea there, but understanding that your intuitions alone your intuitions themselves can sway the needle to a degree, but the intuitions hold far less sway than what can be demonstrated and verified external of yourself. So saying that your intuitions, in my position myself, is that intuitions are there, but intuitions largely, especially when we're making statements about external reality, should be ignored. Not that they shouldn't be discounted when you're assessing your internal state, when you're assessing internal states of your own mind. Obviously, your intuitions are going to play very, very heavily because that's your subjective internal experience. But when we're making statements about external reality, your intuition should come a very distant second, because ultimately, unless you're actively applying the mechanism or the methodology that can eliminate any potential bias that your intuitions would bring in, which is
you are.
Yeah, right. But
in this phenomenological method, there is a method applied. It's called the phenomenological eidetic reduction. So intuition in this context is not just gut feelings or icky poo feelings. You are using a specific method. So for example, when I would go about and I would say that my experience is this unified conscious and unified objects, or more broadly speaking, in a phenomenological sense, I think a thought, what I'm doing is the first step is I'm bracking out any preconceived theories. I'm not coming in assuming materialism, assuming idealism, assuming anything. That's all bracketed out. The second step is take the data as it appears to me, to take the experience. The third step is to understand it on its own terms. So I go about and I take different experiences. Like I perceive a tree, I imagine a unicorn, or I remember a birthday party. And I find out what's essential to all of these is that there's an I, there's an experiencer, there's a thinker that is thinking, that cogito, whether it's in a perception, imagination, or remembrance, and there's a thought object that's directed towards. So intuition in this sense, philosophically, is based upon a very specific and detailed method. It's not just basically my icky poo feelings. So when I'm using intuition in my arguments in the philosophical sense, I am always using some kind of deep phenomenological analysis. I'm not just basically saying, okay, this is my icky poo feelings.
Well, yeah, and I don't mean to I'm not trying to be reductive, in coming to intuitions in that respect, but intuitions in and of themselves, that because of how we know from neuroscience, because we know how memories code, and we know that memory to a degree is extremely faulty in that respect, simply because of how memories code in the brain, which is why in my epistemology, I put my intuitions about things, especially those that are backed by memory and experience, I put those to the side, and I say, if my intuitions, which are informed by my memory and my experience and, repetitive behaviors or whatever like that, if those align with what can be confirmed external of myself, then those are the ones that should be supported. But the ones that seem to shift,
here's the point.
the ones that seem to
Given my
shift it
method-
should be dropped out, which is essentially how we operate, like you say, a court of law.
Jail.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way that I'm using intuition, something that's being confirmed, something external to you, that would be an intuition as well. So this phenomenological method I'm talking about, if I make the statement it's raining outside, and let's say I'm in my room, it's locked, the blinds are closed, and the sound machine is on. Nothing is presenting itself to my consciousness as if it is raining outside. When I go outside and I see, hear, and feel the rain, I understand that as an intuition. Something is presenting itself. It's a sort of givenness. That would be a sensible intuition. So I'm using specifically things like sensible and essential intuition. So a sensible intuition is when something presents itself to my consciousness. An essential intuition is to understand the necessary structures of an experience. That's basically it.
I get that. Yeah.
Is okay. So basically, so I think it's a very precise, detailed method. So if we go through premise one, we would say that given how I'm using this phenomenological method, that when you do have experience, when you just take the experience itself, you're going to have an I that thinks a thought. And so you're going to have that unified consciousness, which is basically just the I, that pure ego of experience that's thinking. And when you think of a thought, the thought object is obviously going to be unity. I think a tree, or I think a car, or I think a rock. That's all that's saying for premise one. And obviously that one is true.
Yeah, well, okay. So, but if we're talking solely about the internal experience, yes. But the question then becomes, are we then just based solely upon that? Like, it's like take your rain analogy.
Oh, hold on. Let's go step by step.
No, well, there's things I want to parse out here. So taking your rain analogy there, even though you have the reasonable intuition to conclude that it is raining, okay, despite the situation we just said when there is no concrete evidence that it is, but you have the intuition that it is, and therefore you can reasonably go there. Is it justified then to hold that it is raining outside without independent confirmation?
No, because in the phenomenological method, you have a belief. If you do not have confirmation, what you would have is a belief. You have an intentional state. It's raining outside, and that intentional state is seeking towards fulfillment. It's fulfilled when you have these intuitive presentations of the sight, sound, and texture of rain. Then that's how it understands truth, as things presenting itself to your consciousness. And the justification is the reason that you believe based upon how these, let's say, presentations or givenness has presented itself to your consciousness. So once you now say it's raining outside and you see the rain, you have something presenting itself to you, you have a degree of justification in believing it's raining outside. When you hear the rain, that's going to be additional justification. And when you go outside and you actually feel the rain, that's added justification as well. So yes, in my system, in what you're talking about, this kind of actual confirmation, that's how I am understanding it. Something has presented itself to your consciousness.
Yeah, so long as we're not establishing that it is justified to believe a thing is true just because we feel it to be true.
That's not how intuition is used in this phenomenological sense, no.
Well, ultimately, I think if you break it down to its core, I think that's where it's going. You may have the impression.
No, but then be charitable. I'll go to my argument. So, I mean, no, I'm not doing that.
Well, I mean, the whole big thing is that I'm trying to ensure there's a lot of people, especially in my live chat, who are making comments that a lot of this is going above their head. So I'm trying to do two jobs here. I'm trying to respond to you with what you're saying, but also communicate these things in a way that they can get across, because using terms like phenomenological, not a lot of people are going to understand that. So I'm not trying to do the
hang
on a sec. I'm not trying to do the philosopher thing here, but I am trying to parse out this to where it's trying to go. The whole point is, and essentially what you're arguing for at its very, very core, is that your intuitions based upon your subjective internal experience, absent independent confirmation, or the things that can be confirmed.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Hang on a sec.
That's not what I'm doing. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm not being a dick to interrupt you, but I'm not doing that. Let me explain myself, and let's not you go on a.
Well, okay, but so why are we
monologue.
only? It's my stage. So if I'm going to talk for a minute, I'm going to talk. So the question then becomes, why are we only looking at intuition? Because in my position, your intuitions alone, regardless of what your personal experience is, are irrelevant without independent confirmation for your intuitions. Well, then we fundamentally hold different standards of epistemology.
Hold on. Oh, what do you mean by okay? So when you have an independent confirmation,
right,
which basically is okay. Let's kind of understand this. When you have an independent confirmation, let's use my example. It's raining outside. then when you see, hear, and feel the rain, do you consider that a confirmation?
Yes, that is a form of confirmation. It's not.
That's how I'm understanding intuition.
It's not
something has presented itself to your consciousness.
Right, but
there
it's
you go.
not.
That's how I'm understanding intuition.
But it's not independent confirmation, and we're conflating two different qualities of claims here.
Hey,
Claiming that
Gio, let's calm down.
Nyclot, hang on. When we're talking about it's raining outside, that is a very innocuous claim. Okay, if we're talking about,
why are we going on this? Can I proceed through my argument? I mean,
no, because it's my stage, and I'm going to parse these things out for my audience, and to make sure that we stay on the same page and we stay on the right track. I don't want to get lost in
dealing with my argument.
No,
it's basically, I'm bringing up points, and you're using these to have your talking points. Is that what you want?
It's my stage. If you don't like it, feel free to step down.
So basically, you don't want to deal with my argument.
No,
at all.
I don't. No, I don't think we're. I don't think we're in a position.
Okay, that's great. I mean, if that's the question, just say that you don't want to deal with my argument at all.
I don't think we're in a position to get to your argument yet. That there are certain things that are being assumed that we need to parse out before we can even get to your argument. I feel that there are assumptions that you are making that don't warrant.
What things do we need to parse out? Then let's go step by step.
What do you think I'm doing?
So, I know, but you're not. Okay, so my method is what's called phenomenological.
Right, and I don't think that's valid.
Hold on.
No.
I know, but hold on.
You've already explained this. I understand that you're starting from this phenomenological position, but you are basically saying that your phenomenological position, given a certain amount of intuition, based upon your subjective internal experience, warrants you enough to get to probability, to a probabilistic assertion of truth. I'm saying that is insufficient. That may be sufficient for a claim like it's raining outside, or there's a tree over there, or I'm holding a rock in my hand. Those are innocuous claims that require very little confirmation, and that you are rationally justified in stating that there's a rock in your hand based upon that. But when you are expressing that there is an external entity, that there's a thing that exists external of your mind and context, that is realness and substance, that has far greater implications, which requires far greater independent validation, or independent confirmation, because you're essentially saying that there's a thing in reality that operates and it should be experienced and be able to be interacted with by nature itself. So how are we getting to that? Because it's two different levels of claims here.
Look, I'll just say this flat out. Are you going to be like the atheist version of Darth Dawkins and just mute me and talk over me and not engage with what I'm saying? And I have to basically answer your questions. No, I know, but I mean,
I unmuted you, hoping that you were actively listening to what I was saying, and I wanted you to respond to it. Okay? Your intuitions ultimately are subjective. They're mind dependent. And I absolutely understand that you can move the needle of probability based solely upon your intuition.
That's not how I'm understanding. You're not then dealing with my epistemology. You're just wanting to basically kind of put your narrative around it. So you have to then deal with my epistemology as I understand it. So I start with certain foundations, which would be intentionality and givenness. And this has nothing to do with probabilities, because the immediate experience we have of our own consciousness. It's the thing we're most certain of. And when we understand the structure of consciousness, we understand there's an I think a thought. So that's just going to be a foundation of my epistemology, that phenomenological one. So let me ask you a question. Is there anything that you're more certain of than your own conscious states?
That I have a level of certitude, but certitude doesn't get you to a knowledge claim.
No, that's not my point. So as far as a foundation, is there anything that you're more certain of than your own consciousness?
I would say the thing that I am most certain of is that an experience is being had. That's the thing that I am most certain of, that an experience is being had.
You're having an experience, right?
But the I is presupposed.
Require consciousness.
Yes, but I presuppose that it is the I, the sense of self, that is having the experience.
Okay, so there's consciousness, there's experience. You're presupposing the I. So I would actually describe the experience. When I describe the experience, there's an experiencer. So there's an experiencer experiencing things. And so I'm going to understand that in that structure of ego cogito cogitatum, which is I think a thought. So I'm going to ask you something. If you disagree with that kind of phenomenological analysis I'm giving, could you give me an alternative description how you understand experience? Like, for example, as I say, when I perceive a tree, then perceive the rock, then perceive the car, I understand it as I perceive tree, I perceive car, I perceive rock. There is a experiencer experiencing objects. So if you have a different kind of phenomenological analysis, I'm open. Go ahead.
It works along the same lines. When I'm making claims about my internal experience, about my subjective internal experience, those claims are ostensibly self-identifying statements. Is that I'm identifying that I am having an experience. The experience is of X, and that's what I'm experiencing. But that claim of what I am experiencing is itself not a claim about what exists in external reality. That's a different claim. I could say I'm experiencing a car, but that's a separate claim from saying that there is a car there to be experienced.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, but that's where you asked me for my position. So that's where I go with that. These are two separate claims. I'm saying that you are not justified in stating that there is a car there to be experienced solely upon the intuition.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so how are we getting to a God entity exists external of mind and context?
Okay, I would have to go through the argument, but let's kind of go through the foundations of my epistemology. So let's say, for example, you want independent confirmation. So obviously you believe when you perceive a car, you're going to make a comment, like you're going to have a viewpoint that there's empirical confirmation for the car's existence. If someone says there is a car, you are going to believe personally that if you experience this car, if you have empirical sense data of it, you believe it exists, correct?
Yes, I would believe the belief is warranted because the needle probability has been pushed. Yes.
Okay. Now, to do that, you have to have consciousness. You have to have the ability to have an intentional state, a belief that there's a car, and you have to have, in some sense, this sense data presenting itself to you. That's intentionality and givenness. So I would say that within any act of knowledge, intentionality and givenness is presupposed. Not presupposed, but it's transcendental. It's necessary. You agree or disagree with that?
Okay. Okay. I agree with bits of that, and I disagree with bits of that. Describing them as transcendental does not logically follow that they are necessary in that respect, because that there's a limitation of our frame of reference in the universe, that we occupy a singular frame of reference where these things that we perceive as transcendentals are simply abstract conceptualizations of things that appear consistent in our frame of reference. So, but we cannot say that these things hold universally independent of mind and context. So
that's not what I'm saying.
But that's what's implied by the statement that you made.
No, it's not. Why are you reading into everything that I'm saying that I'm not saying? It's like you've talked to these precept Christians and you assume I'm a precept Christian. I don't have that position. That's not what I'm going with.
So why would you call them transcendental? So why would you say the transcendental?
Because actually that's the correct way to understand the way that precept Christians understand is not correct. The way to correctly understand it is something more in the way that it's understood by Kant. When you're saying something is transcendental, what you're saying is what's necessary for the experience. So when I make a statement in front of me like the cup is red, from the correct understanding or the usage of the term transcendental, it's saying what's necessary for that experience. And so what's necessary for that experience is me to experience things as spatially extended, having temporal duration, and certain concepts to structure it. Like, first of all, that it's a unified object. The cup, it persists throughout time. It has substance, and there's a predicate red that affirms it, i.e. quality. That's all that's basically saying there, what's necessary for this experience. So you're taking experience and you're kind of analyzing its structures to find what's necessary in it. That's all what transcendental is. So in the correct understanding of the term.
Okay, so great, but we're still limited to our particular frame of reference, and your intuition itself alone is still not enough to get you to a claim about external reality. So
that's step by step. So I would have a phenomenological approach as to why I believe that there's going to be the existence of an external reality or a non-I. That would be justified then phenomenologically. But let's go to the point. So the original point that I'm saying, and I think there's people are, because of precept Christians, they're misunderstanding transcendental in this sense. Transcendental is basically just saying I have experience and I'm trying to analyze the structures of experience to find out what's necessary in it. Like, for example, as I said, the cup is red. Now, would you agree to experience a red cup, you have to have spatial extension? That's going to be a necessary condition for the experience of a red cup, correct?
Yes, I would agree with that, yes.
So also at the same time, temporal duration, it persists throughout time.
Yes. Okay. I can get behind that
exactly.
as well. Yeah, right.
That's the correct understanding of transcendental. So when I'm using Husserl's method to be a transcendental phenomenology, it's a similar thing. It's just saying I have experienced what are going to be necessary structures for this experience. To experience things, you have to have an experiencer. That's the I, the ego. There has to be an act of thinking in some way, some act of awareness, a cogitatum, like the examples I gave. I perceive a tree. I imagine a unicorn. Or I remember a birthday party. There's going to be an act of thinking, and there has to be a thought object it's directed to. That's it. That's all it's saying.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. So how are you getting to justifying a claim about external reality that such an entity exists?
Well, the idea would basically be this, and this is where I would go in a form of moderate rationalism. I would have to say that, given my phenomenology, if something is a condition necessary for the possibility of experience, it's also a condition necessary for being. And so what I'm going to go in that this phenomenological experience of a unified consciousness and unified objects indicates in premise number 2, where I go from the condition necessary possibility of experience to being, that this consciousness is unified. I'm going to have some kind of principle, I guess I could just call it principle of, I guess fragmentary stasis, which would be something to the effect of, and this is something I coined, that you cannot get disunity, you can't get unity from disunity or unified states from fragmentary ones. That would be it. So that's where I would say the second premise. The second premise is where I am actually making that metaphysical assertion that the unified consciousness that I experience is not just some kind of illusion, that this is actually something that's real.
And you assume that your conceptualization of unity is universal?
Well, the way, as I said this, so we would go as far as premise 1, that the unified consciousness, we do experience unified consciousness. This is something we phenomenologically experience. And so my point of basically this, and premise number 2 is, I believe since there's either two things, either the consciousness that we experience is an actual unity or it's not. Now, if it's not, then that basically is saying that my phenomenological experience of it being a unity is an illusion.
Or it could be indeterminate.
No, but no, it's saying that experience is not real. So that experience of a unity is not real.
Yeah, no. It can be one or the other, but I'm saying the conclusion could be indeterminate. We may not have a mechanism by which we could derive either one of those.
Okay, so here would be the point. So I would say that mine is prima facie justified. I take my intuitions as justified until you can provide a defeater. So I think the burden is on the mereological nihilist to provide a defeater to that.
Gotcha. So essentially, it comes down to, you feel it to be true, you see enough things that confirm that, and then you are justified in then stating that it exists external of yourself, which is ostensibly what you're doing until I can come along and say that your intuitions are wrong.
Well, then, you provide the defeater. Sure.
I don't have to prove
for it,
but I don't have to prove that your intuitions are wrong. I just have to provide enough evidence to indicate that your that what you're reasoning to is unjustified. I can't say that you're not feeling. I can't say that you're not feeling what you're feeling. But then again,
it's not feelings. No, that's the point. That's a caricature of my method. It's not feeling. I have a very specific.
Nyclot, be intellectually honest here. I cannot say
that you are.
I cannot say your intuitions are what you feel. They are felt.
That's not. That's not what I meant by intuition.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You're getting into semantics.
Method. No, it isn't irrelevant.
You're getting into semantics. The issue is, I cannot tell you that what you are intuiting is not what you are intuiting. I don't have access to your mind, but I do have access to what I perceive to be external reality. What I am stating is that your intuitions, no matter how justified they are, are not sufficient to make a claim about external reality, to make a claim about concrete external reality. I'm saying that you are jumping that gap and you don't have justification to do so.
Well, sure I do.
You're now putting, you may think that you do, but
I can tell you what my justification is.
But my position apparently is more rigorous. I'm saying that
it's not.
I don't have to defeat your intuitions. I simply have to show that what you are reasoning to, or the methodology that you are rationalizing to a conclusion, is unjustified. That you are not justified in making this claim about external reality. That it may match your personal intuitions, but your intuitions are irrelevant.
Okay, so let's hold on. Let's go to this. So I think, as I said, you're misunderstanding how I'm using intuition there. In the philosophical sense, it's not just a feeling. A lot of times there's a very precise and specific method that goes about it.
Do you not feel the sensation of an intuition?
Hold on. And I told you, like, I'm doing what's called a phenomenological eidetic reduction.
I understand that.
But then it's not feeling. Then
it
if
is.
That's the case,
it is.
No, it's
what's
not.
Going on in your mind? What's going on in your mind is what you
when you're
feel.
saying feeling, when you're saying feeling, it's basically making it kind of vague and inarticulate.
No, it's not.
The method is saying that it's very articulate. It's very precise.
No, it is. Okay, we can describe these things as things that you sense. They are your feeling. I'm not talking about anger or joy or happiness like this. They are sensations. Okay, internal and external. Both of those stimuli are feelings. You feel them to be true. You're describing the exact same thing. Simply holding it to intuition does not eliminate it. If I say that you are feeling it to be true, we're saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, but J.L. Warren, I have a method. I'm saying that the phenomenological eidetic reduction and understanding it as a formal a priori is the justifier. When I claim that it is a formal a priori, a necessary condition for any possible experience, when I go through those methods, justification has been given. That's when you need to provide a defeater. It's not me basically saying, ooh, I just feel this, that's it. No,
I don't need to provide a defeater for how I don't need to provide a defeater for how you are internally justifying things. I can only
stands.
No, it doesn't. It stands
for.
for.
Of course it does.
It stands.
You have not provided a defeater for it.
It stands subjectively. It stands subjectively to you, but it does not stand.
I've given a justification.
It does not stand.
Actually provide an undercut or rebuttal defeater. You haven't done so. It does not
stand to support a claim about objective reality.
Okay, so you haven't provided an undercut or rebuttal defeater to my phenomenological premise.
I do. You're presuming. You're presuming that.
Okay, so what is your? So which defeater are you providing? An undercut or rebuttal?
The only thing I could possibly say is that the things that you're intuiting about the world are basically you're intuiting things that you're intuiting. Like for example, being. Okay, you're intuiting that being is something that you can't determine that it actually is. You're intuiting that experience is something that you cannot demonstrate that it actually is. I'm saying you cannot get past the barrier of your subjective internal experience. Okay,
so you haven't provided a defeater.
No, I have. All I can say is,
which defeater? Have you provided an undercut or rebuttal? Which one? Which one? Undercut or rebuttal?
I cannot defeat your subjective internal experience. There's no defeater.
I don't have not understanding. I'm providing a method which you.
I don't have access to your mind. I can't provide a defeater for how you intuit things and what you conclude from those intuitions. All I can do is provide a defeater by showing how what you are concluding about external reality is unjustified. Okay, that's all I can do. And I can do that predicated upon the nature of the claim that you're making. Because ultimately, if you're claiming that the thing exists in external reality, you are making an empirical claim. Okay, that it exists, that it has that first order property. So therefore, all I can do is address what you're addressing about external reality. But if it's only going on in your mind, your abstracts are your abstracts, dude.
No, that's not my point, because I've provided a method. So you can provide an undercutter by showing how I've not done proper phenomenological reduction in epic.
You haven't demonstrated it exists.
Hold on. So my method is predicated on this phenomenological method. So you can undercut it by showing, okay, Nyclot, you have not done a proper phenomenological reduction. You've not bracketed out certain kind of theories. And because of that, the conclusion that you're getting is tainted. So that's an undercutter right away, basically saying, you know, if you're going to use a phenomenological justification, you have to basically start out with that. You can provide a rebuttal by showing how my phenomenological
tell me what is real is all he's saying.
So when I make the statement, for example, okay, that the essential structure of consciousness is ego cogito cogitatum, I think a thought, that is predicated on two things. First of all, the phenomenological reduction, or the epic, which is bracketing out any preconceived theories. I'm not coming in assuming a theory.
I know. I'm not saying
the next step is to take the experience. I know, but that's the point. So it is open to defeaters.
No, okay,
if you can provide it, you're saying how can you defeat it? Well, you can show I've not provided a proper I've not done proper phenomenology.
No,
it is. Yes, it is.
I'm not attacking your phenomenology. Stop assuming that I'm attacking your phenomenology. I can't attack your phenomena.
But it's open to defeaters.
Nyclot.
Yes, it is. I'm open to defeaters. You can.
Okay. Will you be quiet for a moment and listen? I'm not stating that I can defeat your internal phenomenology, which is what it is. It is internal. I can't defeat that. I can't tell you.
Of course you can.
No, I don't have access to your mind.
Okay, you want me to show you how you can defeat it? Okay, so let me give you an example. Given my method, and maybe I shouldn't say this because people might start using this. Given I'm using a phenomenological eidetic reduction, later post-structuralists, the way they attack Husserl is they basically say, okay, given that your method is presupposing this phenomenological reduction or epoche, bracketing out all metaphysics or all theories, you're still coming in there with language. And since you're coming in with language, everything you know is going to be tainted by this language, and therefore that's the undercutter. So yes, that's a perfect example of how you can provide an undercutter to my position. No, I disagree with that. I have responses to that, but that's a clear point of view. I can also give you a possible rebuttal defeater to my phenomenology. Let's take, for example, Sartre's criticism of Husserl.
This is not going anywhere. Okay, I'm sorry, Nyclot, I'm going to mute you. You're not going anywhere because you're not addressing what I'm saying. I'm just going to flat out say that. I'm pretty sure this is where the conversation is going to end, but you're not addressing what I'm saying. I don't care about your phenomenological process. I don't. Your phenomenological process is what's happening in your mind. Okay, that is what a phenomenological process is. Your intuitions are irrelevant when it comes to making claims about external reality. These are two separate states, your internal state and the external state. Okay, people in my live chat are following along with this as well. And no, Nyclot did not win this hands down. Nyclot wanted to get lost in the philosopher weeds, thinking that he could run over this whole thing like I don't know what he's talking about, which is just, I entertained it longer than I really wanted to because it's just obnoxious. But I never had a chance to sit down and talk with Nyclot personally, so I kind of wanted to do that. The issue being is that he is assuming that his phenomenological process or his mental process, like what he does in his mind, is sufficient enough to make claims about concrete external reality or what we perceive to be that. My argument is that his phenomenological process, regardless of how he justifies his intuitions, which he has not provided a methodology to eliminate or a mechanism by which he can eliminate any inherent bias within that because he is ignoring independent confirmation. He is not able to jump the gap between his subjective personal experience, his objective internal experience, and that which we perceive to be external objective reality, even though we have no mechanism to determine if it actually is objective reality by virtue of that. He's not jumping that gap. He's basically saying, I strongly feel it to be true, so therefore I am justified in saying that it is true external of myself, and that is not justified, flat out. That's not how that works. So, okay, and I've been wanting to talk with Nyclot for a while. I wanted to see where he would go. I had a feeling he was going to go into Philosopher chat, and it's also weird that he brought up Kant because he utilized Kant's idea of what transcendentals are, and I understand the differentiation between Kant's idea of transcendentals and the precept idea of transcendentals. But in that respect, he also then turned around and was making a claim about reality that Kant himself concluded that you cannot reason yourself to. That you can't jump that gap. And that's what Nyclot was doing. His phenomenological or his mental experience is not sufficient to make wholesale claims about reality while simultaneously ignoring the methodology that allows for independent confirmation of those in other minds that aren't his own, to ensure that our multitude of phenomenological experiences are accurately reporting what is in reality to move the needle of probability. That's the problem with that. So this is why I don't like this is really why I don't like philosophy in and of itself. I like philosophy to a degree, but when you start getting into those kinds of weeds, and I was trying to break down what he was essentially saying, which I think the vast majority of the people in the live chat and the audience were understanding. He's basically saying that because he feels it so strongly to be true, therefore he's justified in claiming that it is true, which he is not. So his standard of epistemology is also his standard of epistemology is broken. There's a break there because he's doing that to confirm his personal idea of a God that he has not yet demonstrated to be true, while not eliminating all the other gods that exist that have been conceptualized that meet that same criteria. So he's going in a particularly biased direction, which is problematic. Unless he wants to concede that his God literally is just the abstract conceptualization of what he experiences because that's what that God is giving him selectively. So, yeah. Yes, Henry Hansen, the shit gets incredibly, it's insufferable is what it is. It's absolutely insufferable. Let's see who we have up next. Okay, John Mayos, PMRs, I see you with your hands up. You've been on the stage before, but I want to prioritize some other individuals. So let's bring up Destruction and see what they have to say. I'm going to prioritize people who are new, and any milestone chats or any super chats that come in, I will read those as soon as we're done. So thank you so much for those coming in. Destruction, you are currently muted. Let me see. Oh, you're muted there. Let me see here.
Damn, I didn't know that I was.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just want to make sure that everybody could hear you. So
cool.
So what you got for us today?
Of the existence of God. Oh shit. Okay, fair enough. I am more agnostic, but I'm guessing that this is a stage to prove that God exists. So
if you're a believer, what do you believe and why?
I mean, I just believe. I don't necessarily. It's more like I don't know, if you guys take like devil's advocates, but I guess I'll just present arguments as to why like God exists. I don't really know. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, the idea being that any logical argumentation for God, whether it be the ontological or the teleological or the transcendental or the moral or the cosmological, whatever, assumes like all of those arguments assume things about the God. And because it takes things about the God to be true, and then it argues from those points. The problem with those arguments is that the God itself has not yet been demonstrated to exist in order to have the attributes and have the nature that is necessary for the arguments to hold water. So the idea being that if someone believes that a God exists, then my question would be, why do they believe that God exists?
Sure. I guess I'll just present an argument then. I'll just ask you this first. What do you think what do you take proof to be? Like, is it like any type of proof?
So
would that be like?
So a proof itself is basically a collection of evidence going towards a particular proposition. So like the proof for a proposition would be all of the evidence collectively together working to confirm that. So and that can take a number of different forms. Like, for example, we know that evolution is true because of the proof. The proof of that is the multiple disciplines, the multiple scientific disciplines, and the multiple predictive and explanatory models that yield evidence that goes towards evolution being true, of describing that phenomenon. So we see the phenomenon, we say what explains it is, and then we describe it as that. So we have multiple fields across the board, not just one, not like evolutionary biology alone, but we have multiple fields across the board that provide mountains of evidence and explanatory and predictive modeling that allows us to conclude that evolution is a true phenomenon, as what we are describing. So, someone said my mic is quiet. Let me see if I can.
Your mic is a bit quiet, but I can hear you perfectly fine.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I have to change the screen in order to figure out the volume there. But I'll try and speak up a little bit. So
okay.
If you're talking about a God character, if you're talking about a God entity, the best evidence I could think of would be a novel testable prediction that yields more accurate information.
Can I ask what that is?
I'll say, so a novel testable prediction is a predictive model, is a prediction that yields new information. Okay.
So just like a script that like a historic, would you say something like a historical script or something?
So I think a good example of a novel testable prediction is when humans discovered Uranus. Okay. So when we were mapping out the planets and we had an understanding of orbital mechanics and gravity and all that other stuff, we were mapping the orbit of Neptune. And Neptune, I hope I got these two right. Someone correct me in the chat if I mixed them up, Uranus, Neptune. But anyway, we were mapping the orbit of the planet, and we noticed that there was a perturbation. There was a shift in the orbit of that planet. So understanding orbital mechanics up to that planet, things were the orbits of planets were holding just fine. But there was a weird perturbation in that orbit. Now, the math of orbital mechanics tells us that that perturbation could only be there if there was another planet nearby that we hadn't seen, providing a gravitational effect on the orbit of this planet. But we'd never seen that planet. So the question then is...
I don't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, but can I just ask you, like, are you just looking for like a in your face, like more empirical, like sense of proof?
Okay, so the claim that God exists is in itself an empirical claim because of what is entailed by the first order property of existence. Because a thing is either concrete or it is abstract. It either exists in external reality independent of your mind and context, or it exists in your mind as an abstract.
So that's what you think. I mean,
yeah, I have no problem with people who believe that the God exists as an abstract.
Because I'm more so just the type of guy to be like, yo, if I can like logically explain it and like say like just give like a list of propositions that lead to his conclusion, then sure, like I guess, but like.
Well, that's the problem. That's what I explained at the very beginning. You can do a logical argument for God, okay, that concludes that God exists. The problem is that the premises of the argument assume things about the God. Like it assumes things about its nature, it assumes things about its abilities. Okay.
Can I ask what it assumes?
Yeah, it assumes that the God it assumes, like for example, the moral argument assumes that God's morality is a particular way. Okay.
It assumes God morality is a particular. I don't understand that. Could you like clarify on that, please?
Yes. So the moral argument assumes that God's morality is objectively true, meaning that it's mind independently true, when in fact it is not. That's the problem. That's the problem with that one. The cosmological argument.
What do you define?
Huh?
Sorry, can I ask what like because like I'm like I think we should have done it from the get-go, but like, what do you define as like what definition do you take God as? Like,
I have no concrete definition for what a God is because there is no mind independent reference for what a God is. That the God concept itself, the very category of God, is incoherent because the only thing it references is what the individual itself is putting in that basket. So if I want to go to what is a God, I have to go to you, the believer, to find out what the God is. I can't say, this is what a God is. Do you believe in a different God? No, there's no referent for that. So
I'll just simply say this then. Again, as I said, I'm more so of an agnostic like person towards belief. I did grow up as like I did grow up as like a believer. I'll just say this. What I used to like define as God is just something that's just like, I guess, the creator of like all things and the creator of the universe, like something across the lines.
Do you think that it interacts with the universe?
I don't think that it interact like because like if it interacts with the universe, then it would have to be like dependent on the universe, which I don't think that like it would be paradoxical. A creation cannot be like bound to. A creator cannot be bound to its creation.
Well, no, it wouldn't be bound to it. It's just that it can actively interact with the universe. It's kind of like a scientist interacting with an ant farm or a terrarium.
No, I agree with what you're saying in the sense that like sure like that like it can interact with it, but I'm just simply saying that like it's not bound by the laws of it. Like sure it can interact with it, but like the universe cannot. And like it's not vice versa.
Okay,
if you know what I mean.
Well, then pretty much you just reasoned yourself to deism there, which is itself an unfalsifiable concept that there's a creating entity that created everything, that kicked the football on the universe, and then fucked off with no evidence left of its existence. There's just pretty much just deism, which is unfalsifiable. You could reason yourself to that. That's a reasonable conclusion. I hold that it's a rational. Say again.
I didn't understand what you said. Like
so deism, the idea that there is a creating entity that doesn't interact with the universe it created. Okay, That is an unfalsifiable concept. You can neither prove nor disprove that that thing is real. The problem is that it is logically possible that such an entity exists. So you could reason yourself to that. You could reason yourself because it is unfalsifiable and logically possible. You could reason yourself to deism. But if you want to hold that deism is true, that would be irrational because you would still be begging the question of the existence of the thing to hold that it actually exists.
Oh no, I'm saying that like it can so if we were to have this said thing that we call God, what the fuck is it called again? The entire point is that God in and of itself can interact with like in the exact same way that like the example that you gave, like a fucking like a chemist can like interact with like whatever example that you gave to begin with.
A scientist can interact with an ant farm or a terrarium, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I completely forgot my bad.
That's okay. You're good. You're good.
In the exact same way that like a scientist can like interact with like sorry, I'm sorry, I'm fucking half awake today.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is like sure, like in the exact same way that like I feel like if we're using like it's gonna be more like of a weird example, but like think of it like as like a two-dimensional object, like not being able to like interact with like a third-dimensional object, but like a third-dimensional object like being able to interact like with a second-dimensional object because it's like it pertains to the exact
Thanks,
same
John
dimensions
Papiano. Have a
as
great
the
one.
things below it. What I'm trying to say is God can like interact with it.
Mm-hmm.
But for it to happen like vice versa, I just feel like it's kind of weird. I don't know if that's what you're trying to say is
No,
like
just that the God can interact. Theism holds that the God exists and it interacts with the universe. So that's what theism holds. Deism holds that the God exists, but it doesn't interact with the universe. Non-theism holds that there's no God entity to do anything, to either create nor interact. So
Okay, that's fair enough then. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I just came up here just to see like what your main like why you thought that like because obviously I'm assuming that you don't believe God exists.
I am not convinced that the proposition is true. In fact, the evidence and argumentation is so woefully inefficient or insufficient that belief is not warranted. Therefore, and plus, the theistic worldview, that entire worldview is predicated on a logical fallacy, which is begging the question. So, yeah, it's irrational to believe that it exists, and there's no warrant to believe it exists, other than the fact that people want it to be true, so they refuse to engage or acknowledge information to the contrary so that they can maintain that belief, to maintain what they've been convinced of.
I mean, okay, man. Okay, I guess that's fair enough then.
Right. Plus, there's no logical contradiction in the non-theistic worldview. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's fair enough. I guess I just wanted to come up here and just like hear your opinion out there.
Cool. Awesome. Sounds good.
Thank you. I'll just go back down then.
All right, bud. Have a great one. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. And I got one more person who has not been up on the stage. I see Zach with their hand up before we have some repeat visitors. So let me bring Zach up. Make sure, yep, you're good to go. People can hear you. Got you. So there you go.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's interesting conversations. Some of them are unreasonable, but interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, we get some good ones up here. Some are like concise or short, sweet, and to the point, and some really get into the weeds. But we have some good times. So, but I appreciate you coming up. What you got for us today?
I have a question before I say what I have to say. What's the goal of having these discussions? Like, what is your goal out of this?
So ultimately, the purpose of the stage is to address the fact that there are people in this world that make concrete claim or make claims about concrete reality, about reality itself. They're claiming that a thing exists external of us, and the additional claim that everyone else should believe it too, for whatever reasons they're proposing. Now, this is a conversation. I feel this is a conversation that should be had, because if people want to make claims about reality, we need to be able to discuss those things. And so the purpose of the stage is to mine the depths of those conversations to see if the reasoning and the rationality is there, or if the conclusions that people are coming to are unjustified, irrational, and unwarranted. And I think it's important. I think it's important because I live in a country in which these individuals are actively trying to alter the foundation of the country so that everyone has to live under the tenets of their ideology instead of the secular ideology that we currently have. So,
I agree with what you said. So we're basically trying to find answers and find true answers, correct?
As close as we can get to it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we are attempting at least.
Right. That's pretty much it.
Okay. So I don't want to talk about any fine tuning or contingency argument or all these arguments. Okay, I don't want to waste energy and time on that side because we've both seen them. We've watched so many videos. We're already familiar with them. I have different proposition that I want to discuss, which is there is already scriptures that claim they are coming from God.
Right.
So how we can investigate that these scriptures are true or false without emotions, without our own subjectivity.
Right.
And I came up with the criteria. Okay. I don't know if you would agree with me in this investigation method that I came up with. It should be free from errors and contradictions, fulfillment of prophecies, claims of divine authorship, foreknowledge and alignment with scientific facts, perfect internal consistency, preservation without corruption, historical accuracy, unique and unimmutable content. Like you cannot replicate it, or irreplicability. the top word. Universally across cultures and times, alignment with natural laws and observable reality, logical consistency in theology, and at the end will be self-verification mechanism.
Okay.
Would you think this is a fair?
There's a no, I actually don't, because there's a problem in there. So every single one of those points you mentioned actually belongs in the empirical category. Okay. So every single one. But there's a problem there, is that there is one point you made in there which is decidedly different, because a person can make a claim about reality and hit every single one of those points, and those points can be independently confirmed, except for one. There was one in there, I think it was like number 3 or number 4, and that was that the text is divinely inspired. So you can't use that one, because in order to say that a text is divinely inspired, you would first have to beg the question of the entity's existence to do the divine inspiration, or you'd have to demonstrate that it exists first to do the inspiration. Then you can include that.
Oh, you're talking about claims of divine authorship,
right? Like divine authorship. How do we determine divine authorship?
So the reason I came up with this
have a good night, Crafty. Thanks so much for being here.
Based on how I can remove as much as possible of my emotions and my own bias while I'm investigating. So if we observe any text, it will have contradictions if it's an old text. All the text that we have that called scripture, it's old. And if we investigate a certain scripture, it must have contradictions and errors if it's written by human.
Okay, and we see that. We see that a lot in both the Quran, the Bible, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching. There are claims that are made about reality that are accurate, and there are many claims that are made about reality that are just basically false, that are just completely inaccurate, which is what we would expect, which is exactly what we would expect if people were writing these things at the time that they were writing them with the knowledge that they had at the time. So, but there's a differentiation between reporting about reality and making claims about a God. There's supernatural claims, and then there's natural claims. Claims made about the world, claims made about something we have to beg the question of the existence of to make claims about it. So you're literally
Okay, so if
you're begging the question of the existence,
sorry,
you're
I thought
begging
you
the question of the existence of the supernatural to claim that there are things the supernatural is doing.
No, what I'm saying is like I'm not looking to investigate and claim that God exists. And what I'm trying to say that there is scripture that already claims that. So how I can investigate them?
Well,
that's what I'm trying to do.
Well, here's the problem. That's what I'm saying is that you can investigate the claim that they're making, and I'm saying that just because the claim they're making accurately describes reality does not mean that a God exists or that it was divinely written or divinely inspired. That you can't jump that gap, because the claim that it's divinely inspired presupposes the existence of a God to do the divine inspiration.
Okay, but like if we apply that, I cannot prove, like I can see the effects of gravity, but I cannot give you okay, there is a gravity 100%, but I see the effect of it, right? It's like we can go all around about these arguments for until tomorrow, and we're not gonna get anywhere. I rather spend my time investigate these scriptures and okay, this is false, this have a contradiction, this has errors, this have inconsistency, this has historical inaccuracy. It cannot be from God if there is a God. And it's easier job than wasting my time trying to align other people's subjectivity to my own perspective about what is objective, and trying to convince them, hey, be objectively evidence-based, please. Like that's my thought process.
Right. I'm simply saying that there's no way to get to the assertion that a thing is inspired by it, is divinely inspired, without assuming that the thing doing the inspiring first exists. We have to first demonstrate that it does. And if we can't, and if a person is claiming that they can't demonstrate that it does, then their reasoning is logically fallacious. That's the whole point of that.
Okay, but how you judge these books then? You just dismiss them?
No, I look at them as piecemeal. It's like I take them for what they are. So I don't assume anything other than the fact that one, they were likely written by people. They were written by people with a far more limited understanding of reality than we have currently. So you have to put yourself in their shoes, like how they viewed reality, what they had access to. Obviously, people who wrote the Bible were not aware of the existence of germs. Okay, so they will draw conclusions about reality that are not supported, because what they are attributing, because they are observing the effects of germs on people and then assuming that it is coming from a higher power. Because they don't know what germs are. Okay, so we look at through that lens. Okay, we don't multiply our entities unnecessarily. So the claims about places and certain people and other writings.
I don't know if you cut out or it's me.
So the things that can be confirmed, there are things like people, places, events that can be confirmed. The problem is that the supernatural elements can't be. But we can explore some of those things and say they're attributing a supernatural explanation to something that we now understand naturalistically. That they were wrong then because they simply didn't have the knowledge. That's pretty much all that is.
Okay, so yes, I think we're agreeing more than we're disagreeing here. I'm trying to judge how much they are wrong, and if they are wrong at all. That's what I'm trying to do with this criteria.
Right. So we shouldn't accept anything as divinely inspired until we have demonstrated that such an entity exists to do the inspiration. So I'm saying that that one point should be in there.
How if I push the claim of divine authorship all the way in the bottom? So
because it still assumes the existence of the entity to do the inspiration.
Then we're dismissing
so divine shouldn't even be in the list.
But in that case, why we're reading them? That's the main reason for them. They're claiming that there is a God. They're claiming they are the evidence for God, right?
And I'm saying that they're begging the question.
Okay, but what if it's actually true and God was there, and he sent us this scripture to investigate it.
It doesn't.
Right?
It doesn't matter
What's that if that's the evidence itself?
But then that's terrible evidence, and the God would know that.
Okay,
that evidence that it's giving would not be justification to believe that it exists, and the God would know that. So then you'd have to ask, why would a God provide such terrible evidence for its own existence if the expectation is for people to believe in it? This is why faith exists. Why would an omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, omnibenevolent entity require faith when it ostensibly would know that faith is not an epistemological tool? You can't get to a knowledge claim through faith. You get to a knowledge claim through evidence and independent confirmation.
Evidence, yeah.
Yeah. So
I agree with you.
But through independent confirmation, predictive models, explanatory models, okay, novel testable predictions. The God that supposedly created everything made the system that way. We derive knowledge through methodology, through strict and rigorous methodology, through eliminating logical fallacies, through eliminating our bias. That's how we derive truth, or as close to truth as we can get. The problem is that when it comes to the God claim, we now have to ignore all that methodology, all those logical fallacies. We actually have to commit logical fallacies to justify our belief in it. Why would a God of this stature, why would an entity of this stature create a system with such an obvious double standard? Why would it require a break in epistemology?
What if it's not? I understand your point, but what if it's not? Like I'm referring to the scriptures here.
Well, I mean, that's the way the system is. And if you're saying that it's not, then why doesn't it appear that way? Because the system, if the God exists and the system exists, if the God exists, then the system that exists, that we live in, exists exactly the way it wants it to exist. If it didn't want the system to exist this way, then it would have created it in another way. So, but it doesn't. It exists in this way, which the way it exists implies an obvious double standard when it comes to that particular claim. You have to break your epistemology. You have to commit logical fallacies. You have to ignore. You have to accept confirmation bias, and you have to come to it uncritically. Okay, so why would this entity require that, knowing that was not how you get to that you get to truth? It knows that knowledge is better than faith, and yet it still requires faith, which is silly. Why would it do that?
I agree. 100% agree. So, okay, let's remove the claim of divine authorship and try to investigate what these scriptures is about. How about that?
Well,
what I'm saying is, if any of these scriptures has, or one of each, if each or one of these scriptures has errors or contradictions, it's just dismissed. But if it doesn't, what's the explanation for that?
That's
not sufficient.
You can simply say that they're accurately that the person who was writing, the author, was accurately reporting reality.
I agree. It's not just that. I'm saying all of them we apply the same questioning for each point, right? So if we say there's 100% accuracy for fulfillment prophecies, for predictions, and there's 0 mistakes for these prophecies.
Well,
what's the explanation for that?
But there are. The city of Tyre.
But you're jumping to the next.
Hang on, Zach. When you mention prophecies, that's the problem, because
predictions.
Even then, you cannot eliminate. You cannot eliminate the possibility of the fallacy of postdiction or self-fulfilling prophecy. For example, in the Bible, in the Old Testament, it talks about how the Savior will come into the town on a donkey. Okay? That's the prediction. Then in the New Testament, Jesus, in Zechariah, Jesus comes into town on a donkey. All right? A donkey that he had his guys steal. So the problem is that Jesus, the character, if the individual even existed, but if that individual existed, that individual had access to the Old Testament, or had access to the Torah, or the Talmud, to the first 5 books. He had access to that, which means he had awareness of the prophecy. He then himself deliberately acted in a way to bring that prophecy about. That eliminates the prophecy.
That specific prophecy.
No, but this occurs throughout this occurs throughout the Bible. You have
but
it's the fallacy. You cannot eliminate.
Before
the
you
fallacy,
give another example,
you cannot eliminate.
please.
You either cannot eliminate the fallacy of postdiction, or the prophecies themselves are so vague that they could apply to anything. They're basically saying, I'm prophesizing that a thing will happen because I know things will happen. And so
but you will be mistaken if you're just randomly doing that. You will be mistaken.
No, but okay. That's the problem. The prophecies are either so vague that they could be interpreted in a number of different ways. You cannot eliminate the fallacy of the possibility of the fallacy of postdiction, or they weren't prophecies at all. They were just someone reporting what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So
no. Okay, so how about if we edit it, we make it fulfillment of very specific prophecies?
There hasn't been one.
Okay, you're jumping to the next phase. I'm trying to agree with you on a foundation that we investigate the scriptures with.
Right. I'm just saying, if we're looking at what are claimed to be prophecies, when we critically examine them,
yes,
there hasn't been one.
Okay, but we're not there yet. We're saying if this is there, this is one extra argument for this, and we have to have all of them, not just one. Not just there is no errors and contradictions. They all have to be there. So the free from errors and contradictions, fulfillment for very specific prophecies. And if there is one mistake or there is a prophecy or prediction that didn't happen or cannot happen, that's eliminate that scripture. You know what I mean?
Well,
you understand my logic.
No, I'm saying that they're not prophecies to begin with. If I predict, if I'm living under a king and I predict that the king will die violently, but I know that the king really likes war and has a tendency to go to war, then the odds are that eventually that king may die by violence. And if I prophesize that the king will die of violence, I'm not actually making a prophecy. I'm making a prediction about something that is very likely to happen.
I agree with you.
Right.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing here. That's why it's not just one point, right? That's why it's just, fulfillment of very specific prophecies, and that's it. Okay, that's scripture from God. No, I'm not doing that.
No, because you can't say that you can't say that it's a prophecy from God, because you first have to assume that the God exists to give the prophecy. Second, you can't say that the person is simply not predicting something that will likely happen. Like if I predict that America will fall, if I prophesize that America will fall, well, I have prior knowledge that countries fall, regimes fall, things change.
That's very normal.
But if I said
conclusion,
but if I said America will fall on February 23rd, 2047, and the American government will officially fall at 11:47 a.m. Standard Time or Eastern Standard Time, that's a very specific prediction. I could say that's a prophecy, but if that doesn't come true, then my prophecy failed. Its accuracy and specificity is how we get to what could ostensibly be a prophecy, and none of that exists in any holy book.
Okay, but you're doing the same thing. You're jumping to applying these points to the all holy books before we agree to them, right?
No, what do you mean before we agree to them? That's the standard critical analysis of it.
Yeah, but then you apply it automatically. Like after you finish criticizing the point in itself, you apply it automatically. It doesn't exist in any holy book, right?
It does because scholars who are better than me and smarter than me have over the past over hundreds of years have analyzed these things critically and have recognized these are not prophecies.
Okay. Have you applied all my criteria to all scriptures?
Yes, yeah. We should have the same standard of epistemology for all things.
Okay, but okay. So if I give you a prophecy, for example, give me an example for a very small and weak country.
I just gave you a prophecy earlier that America will fall on February 23rd at 11:47 a.m. at 11:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in 2045. That's when America that's my prophecy. If it doesn't come true, then I'm done. Now here's the problem. If I prophesize that and then I disseminate the information, I put it out in the world, and there is a group of people who read that and they go, "Oh, yeah, we like that. We want to see that happen." and then they actively take steps to make
They work on it
to make sure it happens, to bring it about. They by virtue of that action have just eliminated my prophecy.
Okay, so the prophecy must be like multiple prophecies and very specific and out of your control and the people who are listening to you. Like it must be about people away from you or certain areas that are away from you that there is no conflict of interest.
Right. That's the problem with prophecies. That this is the big issue with prophecies.
Yeah.
Which is why we can't rely on them.
Yeah. Oh no, this is good. Like what you're saying is good. Like we're making the point is more specific. Okay, it has to be does not have self-interest or conflict of interest, and it must be like one of them at least have to be about people or area that's out of your influence.
Right. So ultimately, now I could make another prophecy and I could simply not tell anyone about it. I could just write it down. I'm writing it down, or I record I record, I could say I write it down. Right. And then I put it out and I just hold it. I don't tell anybody. And then if that prophecy were to come true and then I put it forward, does it still count as prophecy? Or can you eliminate the possibility that I myself did not bring it about? You see, that's the problem, is that ultimately we can't confirm them because there's certain information that we can't validate.
Okay, so that's why we're trying to make this point as specific and as logical and as objectively as possible, right? Before we jump to the conclusion, it is there in the scripture or it's not, based on what people before us investigated. Now, I'm trying to create a mechanism that me and you can investigate the scriptures by, not just trusting other people. Like I was watching Dale Hunty and he said after being under pressure from Jordan Peterson, and it was painful to watch that debate. But Jordan Peterson put so much pressure on Dale Hunty until the point he asked him, why you think your life is valuable to keep? Why you think you're valuable to stay alive? And Dale Hunty, because he was under pressure, he said, because, and I quote, I descend from people, my ancestors, they thought they are valuable, therefore I think I am valuable. And that's crazy.
Well,
I don't trust blindly.
Hang on a second. It actually is not, because first,
he said that.
No, I'm saying it's not crazy. I'm saying that what my assessment of that is that Peterson's question is silly, because what he's asking is, why do you feel you're valuable? Your life is valuable. That valuation, hang on a second. The valuation that Matt Dillahunty has about his own life is entirely subjective. Matt can subjectively feel that his life has value. Jordan can subjectively feel that Matt's life has no value. But these are subjective determinations for which there is no objective referent. Okay? So it's literally a silly...
But the answer was no objective.
Exactly, because
I understand that question. Yeah, the question can be silly.
But Zach, because it can't be. There is no objective referent for what a valuable life is. For a mind
He should have answered, there is no evidence for me to claim that.
No, there is. There's evidence that supports his subjective conclusion. But he can't say that his conclusion is objectively true, because it's not. It's a subjective determination. So the question that Jordan asked him was silly.
The reason I quoted this conversation or like this topic, because you said there's people before me, scholars, who investigated. Right. And I refuse to just trust people before me.
Right.
They could be...
Do your own work. Right. Exactly. Do the work yourself.
Yes. So that's what we're trying to do here.
Which I have done. I follow the work of others to make sure that I'm on the right track, and I also do my own work. That's how we do things. You learn the methodology, and then you apply the methodology. You don't just that's not what education is. Education is not just, this is what you believe, now believe it. That's not how it works. Science, like when you're learning science, or even like literally how to think, the teacher gives you how to think rationally and reasonably, and then you go out and apply that and come back with come back with conclusions. And then we independently confirm your conclusions to ensure that your methodology was applied accurately. That's how that works. So we double check ourselves. We independently confirm each other's work. We peer review. So yes, there are other people that, but just because Bart Ehrman has come to his conclusions doesn't mean that I'm accepting all of Bart Ehrman's conclusions. I agree with a lot of them because I did the same work and came to the same conclusions. But I'm not using I'm not copying Bart. I'm doing my stuff. Because Bart's not
that's
the only Bart's not the only one I'm aware of.
How we grow, yeah.
So exactly. So that's it. I've done the work, and now I'm just basically breaking down how I did that through that critical analysis.
Okay, but you keep jumping to assumption that my criteria does not exist in any scripture, right?
No, I'm saying that we need a strict and rigorous methodology that we apply to these things. And to make sure that we're not multiplying our entities unnecessarily. We cannot say anything about the Bible is divinely inspired or divinely written, because that begs the question of the existence of thing to do the writing or the inspiring. We must first demonstrate it exists before we can say that it does anything. So if you're going to say that anything in the Bible or the Quran or any other holy text comes from a God, you must first demonstrate the God. So therefore, any assertion of divine should be thrown out until you can demonstrate the God exists to do the divining. It's pretty much all it is. Cool.
Well, I tried my best to share with you my perspective, but unfortunately, I feel like we cannot get on common ground. I tried my best to get on common ground, but the way I see it, that if there is a God, or that the only explanation, sorry, I'll retreat that. There is no other explanation for how things started. Like everybody's saying, I don't know, I don't have an idea. I think that's the more probable thing. That's the more plausible thing.
Well, hang on. It's not that there is no other explanation. It's that we currently don't have a definitive other explanation. So the answer should be, I don't know.
Agree, and that's why we're jumping to the scripture. That's the only thing.
The scripture is irrelevant.
My point is, okay, if we cannot definitely get to conclusion, is the scripture is our only way, and if there is no way from the scripture, it's like God does not have an argument on us if we dismantle and investigate the scripture.
Yeah, but for the scripture to be valid, the God must first exist, right?
But okay, what if we thinking that he exists or not does not change the fact that he exists or not?
Like no. I'm aware of that, but you assuming that it exists will color your interpretation of the scripture.
Okay, that's okay, but I posted my points in the side chat, and I'm fine to remove the claim of divine authorship and keep it at the end. And I'm asking you, what's the explanation? If there's a scripture that fit this criteria, what's explanation for it to exist in itself? Like, okay, I'm not answering how the universe exists in here. I'm answering a simpler question: how a scripture, something that is written, how it is there, if this criteria applies to it? Because if a human being applies this criteria to any book, it will fail miserably.
Well, yeah, it was pretty much. I mean. Okay, so if they're writing as though they believe that they're inspired by a thing, then obviously they're begging the question if they can't demonstrate the existence of the God. So, but if they're just trying to report reality, that's a different thing entirely. So ultimately, but the scripture in and of itself is irrelevant. You shouldn't even. I mean, the books themselves are irrelevant. As to whether or not the God they're irrelevant. They're irrelevant as to whether or not the God exists, because the Bible can still exist and there be no God, because it could have simply been written by people who believed there was one. There's no logical contradiction. There's no logical contradiction there.
But if it is the word of God or not, it cannot have my criteria. That's what I'm trying to share with you.
No,
That's
if
what I'm
it's sure it can. It can simply be a science book.
It is now one of the points is foreknowledge and alignment with scientific. So foreknowledge is knowing science before we discover it.
I don't see how that's relevant, because it could literally just be an objective record. The book could literally have just been an objective record of history of what was happening. Now, what we actually get with the Bible is a colored interpretation of history through the lens of the Jews and what the Jews believed. Okay, but it's just a book.
You understand what I mean by foreknowledge, right?
I know what foreknowledge is, but we're just talking about the authors. The authors were people. All right, but
I don't know. I cannot argue against that. Like when you are like refusing to discuss the points themselves, like I cannot take this further.
I'm not refusing to discuss the points. I'm getting to the heart of the matter. That the label divine has no place in the conversation until you can demonstrate that the God exists. So therefore, the books themselves, even though the books may report accurate things about reality, like people, places, and events, the supernatural claims are irrelevant. So if we're talking about whether or not the God exists, the books themselves are irrelevant, because the books themselves are the claims about the entity. The Bible doesn't provide you a way.
Any claim that any human being will make, as big as any like of the scriptures makes, with how thick they are, it cannot talk about history, future, foreknowledge, claims of predictions. It cannot have a logical consistency. It cannot have all the points together. That's what I'm trying to share with you. That it's impossible for a human being to write such a book. That's what I'm trying to get with you.
Not true.
With the points that
not
listed.
True. It could literally just be a science book as they understood science at that time.
Okay, but if the science is there and then the predictions also, they know it from there, they have time travel machine, that's more plausible explanation for the book?
No, I'm saying that they could describe the world as they perceived it then, without putting in any of the God stuff. You don't need it. You can accurately describe reality without assuming that a God exists.
Okay, but the foreknowledge and alignment with scientific facts, it will work hand by hand with fulfillment of very specific prophecy. I'm not telling you each point should be applied alone. I'm telling you they must work in coherent together. And if they don't, I'm just dismissing the scripture and checking the next one, investigating with all these points. And I really hope that you spend a little bit time thinking about what I said. I'm not trying to win an argument here. And I'm not trying to convince you to change your perspective. I'm trying to share with you a perspective that might not be shared with you in this criteria before. I'm not saying that's the case also. I'm just trying to share what I have.
That's cool.
And I hope you think about it.
Well, so long as you're applying your epistemology equally across the board, that's what's important. As long as there's no breaks in your epistemology, that's what's good. All right, but that's a good place where we can move on to the next person. So I appreciate it, Zach. Right. Thank you so much for coming up, bud. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, I see. Let me see here. Okay, so he's had his hand up for a minute. Let me give it a shot. We'll see what happens. And he's a believer, so this may be a short conversation. It may not. So let me go ahead and bring him up. It's rare I get the opportunity.
Hey, JL.
What's going on?
So, does your God exist? Yes, my God exists.
Cool. Can you demonstrate that it exists independent of mind and context?
Yes, I think.
What is the evidence?
We can definitely demonstrate God, like as God being that which is ultimate.
Are you not assuming that?
What?
So I know how you define the God. I know how you and others who argue similar to you. I know how you're specifically defining the God. But in order for the God to be those things, it must first possess the first order property of existence. Okay, so can you demonstrate that it exists without simply defining it into existence?
Well, yeah, we would use like a transcendental proof, right?
Doesn't that assume that transcendentals are like the transcendental concepts as you understand them? Doesn't that assume that those are universal and not simply abstract conceptualizations predicated upon our frame of reference in the universe?
So that's the issue. Like, there's either going to be like inherent meaning in the world or not. And like for us to be meaningful agents, there must be inherent meaning in the world.
Well, what's the problem with us not being? What's the problem with there not being?
If we're not meaningful agents, then that would destroy intelligibility. That means like everything you say,
that doesn't follow.
It doesn't have, the meaning is illusory. There's no real meaning.
No, there would be meaning. It's just that the meaning that we would derive from things, like the meaning or valuations, would be subjective and would be irrelevant to describing external reality. It just means that these things are entirely subjective. Moral valuations, you know, these inclinations and intuitions are completely subjective. They're mind dependent.
When I'm saying like the cat is on the mat,
right?
There's either like some meaning that's intrinsic to like the fabric of reality that I'm deriving that proposition from, or humans are just imposing meaning onto a world with no meaning.
With no inherent meaning, yeah, that's what we're doing. We are imposing labels.
All right. So
we are imposing labels that convey information between ourselves onto the universe. But those labels and that information that we are conveying amongst ourselves is limited to us.
Right. So that's just gonna follow that all like facts meaning is just illusory and your words have no meaning.
Well, not true, because a fact is something that accurately describes perceived external reality. So the truth claim gets to, you can get to a level of probability, but I'm just saying that you can't make we are not justified in making absolute statements. That's all it is.
The meaning of any like fact claim is going to come from a human mind or the mind of God. And if you pick a human mind, that makes facts arbitrary.
It doesn't make them arbitrary. No.
Given that your entire system...
No, PMARS. It doesn't make them arbitrary. It does make them, they are subject to our perspective, to our frame of reference on the universe, and from our subjective internal experience. But we can get to a yes we can. That's basic Wittgenstein. That's analytic philosophy.
You can't interpret
PMARS would be PMARS. Knowledge doesn't have to be absolute to be knowledge.
But you wouldn't know what reality is apart from human bias. And
we wouldn't know what we wouldn't know what it absolutely is. Because you're going over a point we've already gone over. I've already addressed this. We would get to a probabilistic degree of what is true, but we could not absolutely say 100% that is true. So we can say that. So we can. Yes, I am. So we can say that we can that we have the probability-backed certitude that it is true. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. So when I say the cat is on the mat,
right?
Is that a physical cat, or is that cat a mental substance?
For all of it's both. Because I have a mental experience. Hang on, I have a mental experience.
That's a contradiction.
PMAR, no, it's not. Because there are two things.
I'm asking: is the cat a physical or mental substance?
Okay, first and foremost, it is an experience that I'm having. That I'm experiencing the observation of a cat being on the mat.
Can you answer the question?
I am PMARS. I am. Stop it. I am. Mental? Stop interrupting. The answer is more complex than you want it to be. Okay, so chill. Let me answer the question. It starts with the experience that I'm having. That's where I begin. That is my interface with reality, my subjective internal experience. I am experiencing the observation of a cat on the mat. Now, the question is, does this entail that a cat is actually on the mat to be experienced by me in external reality? We can determine probabilistically through our methodology that yes, a cat physically exists on the mat to be experienced, but even that will be probabilistic to a degree that it warrants certitude, and therefore it is rational to believe that there is a physical cat sitting on the physical mat, and it would be irrational to doubt that because that probability is so high. But we still cannot defeat hard solipsism, so therefore we cannot get to 100% absolute statements. That's all it is. This is what is entailed by our subjective internal experience. That you don't like that is not evidence for your God.
Right. Well, I'm not really sure I heard an answer there. So basically, modern science and
So if you're not going to listen, there's no point in talking to you. And I figured it was going to be short. I really did. I figured it was going to be a short conversation. So, somebody new. Let's bring them up. Glucose Guardian. P. Mars, if you're not going to engage in the conversation, there's no point in having it with you. If you're not going to actively listen and you're asking me a question and then interrupt me, there's no point in talking to you. So I give you a very short thread there, bud, and you abused it. So, Glucose.
Yeah, good riddance of bad rubbish. Am I right, friends?
So, what do you got for us today?
So I was an atheist most of my life. But one day I challenged myself. I said to myself, Glucose Guardian, you can totally imagine a God that even you can believe in. So I did that. I believe in this God now that I imagined. And I was partial to the agnostic position in the past. That, there's no clear definition of God. Hence, the whole question, does God exist, is not incoherent. But now, taking all the definitions of God from all the different major sources, I come to believe that the term God means anything supermassive compared to the human mass that has power and control over human actions, that can have a human do things outside of their own interest for the interest of that God. So that's my definition of God. Okay. An elephant is not a God, just so you know.
Could someone claim that an elephant is a god to them?
I would use the agnostic approach to tell that person that he's fucked up.
Yeah, but they themselves, they themselves could claim that the elephant was a god, just like there were ancient peoples that claimed that the sun was a god.
Correct, but we know we're not ancient peoples. We're people graced with enlightenment and science.
True, but what this tells us is that ultimately the category of God is entirely subjective, and there's no mind-independent referent for it, thus rendering the category incoherent.
Completely right. And that's why I have free reign to define God in the way that I do.
Sure, yeah,
and I think
define gods however you like. Yeah, agreed.
So there we go. And now I just looking at how religions operate on this planet, I've come to the belief that every religion is in fact its own God, and not like some metaphysical God, but a physical being, a life form. Really, I think that what religions are in fact informational superorganisms, similarly to mycelium in the woods, right, or tree networks. Religions, through the content of their religion, interact with the faith organelle in a human's mind. Not everyone here has one. Like some people report faith. I myself have never reported faith. So I assume, I take their word for it, there's something called faith. And for me, I think what faith is the interaction between the human imagination with the animal instinct and fear of the unknown. And that creates, for some people, not me, faith. And that is a backdoor entry for religious informational Trojan horses to enter a human's mind and cause them to link with other people with the same informational Trojan horse. So let's say Shia Islam, I would argue, is perhaps one God. Sunni Islam is another one. Catholicism is one God. Mormonism is another one. The different sects of Mormonism is another one.
If I may, it sounds very much like you're dancing along the lines of Mimetics.
True, it is a mimetic, but I think that these mimetics, the discussion of mimetics also brings in ideology and corporations, but I don't think any of those things fulfill the bar that I've set for being a superorganism.
Well, I mean, so I'm with you up to the point that it's informational. I'm with you there, but I don't think that we can talk about these things as though they are tulpas or thought forms.
I think that they are actually living organisms. Because let's look at what life really is, right? This life is metabolizes, is made up of information, right? That's what life is uniquely relationed with information.
Yeah, but that's
through
not.
DNA.
Yeah, but the problem is that's not an accurate description of that. So
Okay,
so DNA. So just to clarify, what we label as information is us describing what things are doing. So when that's how I transmit information. I make an observation of a process, and then I quantify that process with language, and then I transmit the information to another person. The information is generated by the agent. So like the DNA process through reproduction, that's not information. That's not akin to packets traveling along a fiber optic wire. That's simply chemicals doing chemical interactions. And then the presentation of those interactions, when we quantify them with language, generates the information in order to describe the process to another person. So the information starts at the agent making the information, not the process itself.
You're right. So DNA is a life form creating the information through its own cell division, etc. And then the mechanics of a cell interpolating that information to express new cells. Right. That's one thing. You have a sender and a receiver, and an action related to that receiving. Right.
I guess that's one way. It's a very
layman's way.
I guess you could say that. Yeah, it's kind of the layman's way of describing it. When talking about science, I try to be as precise as possible so that we don't accidentally wind up smuggling things in. The idea being that I want to get back to the core of it, that if you believe that these things exist as independent organisms, can their existence be demonstrated to be concrete? In other words, that they have the property of the first order property of existence, or do they simply persist as abstract conceptualizations?
I see them as actually existing life forms.
Okay, so how can we demonstrate their existence?
Well, let's look at what life forms do. Life forms react to threats and move towards opportunity. I think that again, this is a layman's interpretation of life.
Right, but again, you're still describing mimetics. The idea of information or concepts or ideas, as described by Dawkins, in how these things are also there are selective pressures, like invading cultures or the fall of culture and like this, how these things change, and how social interactions and social activity acts as positive and negative selection pressures for particular ideas, which is why we can see God forms change over time when cultures begin to merge together and blend, and the gods get blended together, or how paganism and Christianity, how Christianity had one, modern Christianity is different from the Christianity of the old world because it enveloped paganism, and paganistic practices were then enveloped into that to make it more palatable to the pagan converts.
Sure.
Right.
Now that part,
that's still mimetics. It's still information. It's not indicating that they exist. It's not indicating that these things exist as organism external of our mind.
I get it. Now, when you say pagan cultures get absorbed into Christianity, and all those examples you put, that is true. But what is actually happening is that the content of the religion, which is not the superorganism itself, is just the window dressing that interacts with the faith hole. I call it a faith hole because it's a hole that gets plugged by my superorganism theory. Okay, it will change. It will mutate in order to get more followers, more cells into its body. But the action itself of doing that shows some form of lifelike, a lifelike action of adapting to the environment. That whole thing of absorbing the pagan content into its own content, but that's a lifelike thing.
Yeah, but those changes are directed by agents, which is what we would expect to see if these things are abstractions, because there are agents that are adjusting them in the wake of new cultures and new information. So we're still describing mimetics.
Right, but then let's look at other superorganisms, or what we describe in biology. Some biologists describe as superorganisms. A bee finding a different type of flower will test that flower and will fly back home if it's edible for the bee, and do the dance for the other bees to go there. That is within the realm of the thought process of one bee, information through the air interpreted by the other bees, and yet we call that a superorganism, the hive. We don't talk about bees
but
as just individual life forms. We talk about the entire hive as
true,
a single
true,
life
but
form.
we can demonstrate that bees exist external of mind and context, that these have the first order property of existence in order to make statements about them. We still have not crossed that bridge. We still haven't crossed that bridge with the God concept.
Well, here's what I think we have, right? We as individual humans are humans. But in religions, they obviously exist. They obviously defend territory. They obviously try to increase their membership. They are trying to reach more resources for it to
hold up. The religion is not what's doing that. It's people doing that in the name of the religion.
Right, and the bee is not building. The hive is not being built by itself. The bees are building the hive.
Right. So but the religion is still an abstract conceptualization.
So is the hive. Right, the hive is just made up of bees and
but the religion is not referencing anything in external reality. The label hive is what we give to the object that can be demonstrated in external reality. We're still not bridging the gap.
Well, let's look at the Vatican. Right, that's an advanced hive.
I get the analogy, but the problem is that the subject that we're talking about, we cannot jump the gap from mimetics to describing concrete reality. That's the problem.
See, what I see here, and I'm just doing a little analysis, is that there is a discomfort between people, all people, calling, in my view, a spade a spade. These things obviously work and pursue resources, move away from threats, attack enemies. All these behaviors are reminiscent to mycelial colonies, ant colonies, bee colonies. They do all these things, but because we're human, we see ourselves as the superior organism. We cannot see the world where something is above us.
Yeah, but the analogy doesn't mean that they're the same. We can analogize these things, that they act in a similar way, which is the whole foundation of Dawkins's mimetics. He understands, he posits mimetics as an analogy to describe the spread of information and how information changes over time. He said that it's analogous that we can use observable biological instances to provide an analogous understanding of how information spreads. That's all he was doing. He acknowledges it's just an analogy. You're jumping.
Well, I'm going to make a step further than him.
Okay, so
I take a step further because
my question is, why are you taking that additional step?
Because there's a test. The test is, if it's just an idea, why can it sacrifice its cells, as in humans, for its benefit at the expense of that cell, that human?
Because they have been convinced to believe that it is necessary to do so in that instance.
Right, and a bee can be convinced to sacrifice his life attacking a wasp.
Not the same. A bee does what it does because it runs on instinct. So it's not making a rational choice. It's not making a rational choice.
Chemical instinct,
it's not making a rational choice. It doesn't have an evaluative process to that degree, to the same as humans. So that doesn't cross that. Humans can evaluate these things, and if they're convinced of a belief, they can be convinced to do things that are antagonistic to themselves but beneficial to the group. That is just that's just a result of our empathy. That's all that is.
I agree with you.
So
sure, maybe it is empathy, but here's the thing, though. I think that one may put an outsized value on human rationality and put us as something special in life.
Okay,
but I don't think that we are that much more special. Yeah, our intelligence may be greater, our rationalization may be greater, but we are not different in that rational decision for that bee to attack that wasp, or for us to, strap on a suicide vest for Allah. Right? What's the difference?
Right. So, I mean, I get the analogy. I get the analogy is cross, but stating that religions or gods act as actual physical organisms in the world, the analogy doesn't bridge to concrete reality, because it's using biology to describe a process. That's all it's doing. Dawkins himself admitted that it's an analogy, which I can see. I can see how he's reasoning to that. But you're going
Yeah.
one step further and saying that these things exist external of ourselves. So,
But they do. They simply do.
Well, they don't. They don't.
do.
They don't because if
They have
all
to even-
no, well, they don't because if all humans die, all those concepts die with them.
Not entirely. We have found a way, like how bacteria can become spores to protect itself in
no.
inclement
You're
weather.
not thinking in the
We can do
terms.
the same.
No, you're not thinking in the terms I'm thinking. For example, if humans never get off the planet, and eventually in 4 billion years, when the sun expands and consumes the Earth, everything with humans is gone forever.
True.
So that's it. So human conceptualization dies with humans.
But there's the possibility, and people have already done this, of sending the content of the religion, as in the spore, into space. We have already sent one.
It's still Mimetics, but it's still Mimetics.
Sure, but again,
it doesn't mean
that
it doesn't mean that
could infect another culture.
But it's still Mimetics, and it doesn't mean that the entity exists in concrete reality.
What? Okay, let me see. Where does the individual neuron in your brain stop, and the rest of your mind begin? I would argue the communication between the neurons, right? And that is a gulf, and that gulf is crossed with electrical signals and chemical signals.
But that gulf is not empty. Right? That gulf is filled with neurotransmitter.
Sure, but there is a portion of that neurotransmitter that is empty. At some point, and the communication between it is what forms your mind.
The process goes. The neurotransmitter is what allows the neurons to communicate with each other.
It's a medium. It's a medium, just like the air is a medium for me.
Just like electricity traveling.
My information.
Just like electricity. Just like electricity traveling through water. It's just conducting.
Exactly.
That's all it's doing.
Yeah, and my communication to you is through the air, through interpreted by Discord, and then brought to your speakers.
Glucose.
It's just a medium.
I'm trying to keep us on track here. You have not yet crossed the bridge from information spread to these things are actual organisms that exist external of mind and context.
Right.
You're still arguing for Mimetics.
I would argue that the fact that we as humans, especially not me, but a religious person, communicating with each other is the same process as your neurons communicating with the next neuron. And just the number of neurons increasing creates what you call a mind, right? What we call our minds. And if we ourselves in this being and our communication seems to lead to some results in the real world.
Yeah, the spread of information. The spread of information.
Besides just some form of
the spread of information, which includes concepts. The problem is that you're asserting that this one particular concept exists as a physical thing in reality. Ostensibly, you could say that you're arguing for like the Platonic form of God, but
I never read Plato.
You'd have to demonstrate. You'd have to demonstrate that it's kind of like the Platonic form of two. What is two? Two is an abstract term, and technically, the concept of two is an abstract conceptualization of the quantification of reality. Okay, it's a logical descriptor, but the term itself is arbitrary. You're saying, but there are Platonists who hold that the existence of Platonic forms, where there is in some Platonic reality a two that exists as an external referent, like somewhere out there, there is a great two.
See, now I'm trying to figure. I'm trying to like pinpoint our point of disagreement. I'm starting to get there, and what I see here is that while I disagree of other forms of mimetics, such as ideologies and governments and corporations not being life forms, I put religion as life. And here's the gap. Here's the leap that I've made to believe this. The leap relates to the fact that humans have something biological called faith. And this is self-reported by religious people. They feel faith and they feel empty without something to fulfill their faith, right? And then they will act in ways that are against their own interest when they are plugged with faith. Giving money, for example, letting themselves get molested, for example. All these things are harmful to them, but are made possible because their faith hole has been plugged by these, I would call it infectious organisms.
Okay, I get it. But faith is just a lens through it. Faith is a lens.
It's a back door.
I was like, no, hang on a sec. Faith is a lens through which information is interpreted. Faith is literally faith is the thing that is applied when someone wants a thing to be true or hopes a thing is true, and so they interpret information through the lens of that prior held stance. That's the problem with faith. Faith is not a tool for epistemology. Faith is literally an emotions backed position. All right,
exactly.
So
it's a backdoor, in my view. It's a backdoor for these organisms to infect
it's
people.
just emotions. That's all it is.
I mean, the word "just emotions" is taking very lightly something that can make people do crazy things.
Right? No. I mean, people can do, but yeah, what I'm describing is accurate. It's literally an emotions-backed position. Belief without justification. Because in my life,
that's exactly true.
There is nothing in my life that I have faith in or faith for.
Same here.
Okay, so
the two of us are alike in this way.
All right,
but
so
other people are not like this. Other people are not like this.
Right, but ultimately, that's because of the influence of the environments in which they developed. That's not because of something. That's a thing that they've been convinced of, through the transmission of information. That's not because these things are living organisms. It's because this information is passed down culturally. That's all this is. It's not describing an organism that is external of mind and context.
Sure, but here's where we disagree. I'm describing faith as a biological condition that some people have. Because you know that some people, like even if they've grown up in a completely atheist world, right? There are some people out there who are more susceptible.
You think there's a biological grounding for faith?
I do.
Where is? Okay.
First of all, I'll say this again. I said it before earlier, but I'll say it again. That people who report to be religious, right? They also report feelings of emptiness without religion, and they're also curious as to why we don't have that emptiness, which I never experienced. Right? They also will believe in anything.
You know, faith is
whichever religion gets
okay.
it first,
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get lost in the weeds, and I don't want to spend. I don't want to. Faith itself is not a biological condition. Faith
How do you know? How do you know?
Because I'm describing it. Faith is a tool that is used. Okay, just like that's true. That's what it's describing. There's no other way to describe that without assuming things about the brain that you can't demonstrate to be true. Faith itself is a tool that is used to justify things when you have no rational justification.
I don't think that's exactly accurate. I mean, wishful thinking is something, right? Being irrational is another thing.
Faith is.
But faith to me is a predisposition.
No, because using faith has to be taught.
I don't think that's true.
That is true.
I think there are some people more susceptible to magical thinking than others.
Well, there are. There can be, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be operating through faith. In order to operate through that lens, they must be taught that they must be convinced that they should be operating through that lens. Nobody operates.
I think that's only one type of faithful person, but I am believing that there is a different type, a person who was born to be religious, and whatever religion hits him first, he's going to believe that one.
Well, humans are prone to being convinced by their environments. They're convinced by the influence of the people during their formative years. A child can be easily indoctrinated because they're freaking children. But ultimately, this is still the transmission of information, and faith is it has no biological grounding. Faith is merely a lens, a tool that people have been conditioned to use to interpret reality in order to justify claims that cannot be justified in any other way.
Well, I liken it to more like a malaria. Like our blood cells are susceptible to malaria, but there are some people in Africa who are African descent who have sickle cell anemia.
Okay, and
therefore they cannot be infected.
Okay, but I think now we're describing two different things. Now you're still equating an abstract conceptualization with concrete reality, and I don't feel you have a way to jump that gap without using what I feel you're using is a proprietary definition of what faith is.
Sure, I think you're right. I think you're right about that. And for me to prove it, I will actually have to do more research on this and figure out whether or not faith can be biological. I think that's the only way I can prove it now at this point.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Awesome.
Well, thanks for the chat.
Absolutely. I appreciate you coming up, Glucose. That was good.
Have a good day.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
And occasionally we have some interesting conversations, some good ones, you know, where we can get down to a point. All right, looks like we got one more person with their hand up. See a couple people in the chat. I'd like to see their hands up, but let's see what we got here. John. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Let's bring you up. I know you probably have a comment about some of the earlier stuff that was said. So, how you doing, bud?
Oh, yeah. Hello. Okay, first of all, quick mic check. How am I sounding?
You are sounding good. Let me actually make sure your volume is up a little bit so people on the stream can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so this one might end up being story time more than actual discussion. So I apologize in advance. But there was a comment from, you called it Nyklot, and because I live in Sweden, I was reading that as Niklot.
Oh,
as in the Swedish word for new earth, but he didn't sound Swedish, so that was the interesting thing. But yeah,
I think he goes by. I think he himself goes by Nyklot.
Okay,
I've heard himself refer to himself as that. You may be correct in where he uses that and why he used it, but I've heard himself call himself that in rooms. So
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know, but it was a point he made. It just reminded me of a story. So I'd like to take you and the chat back to 2002, if I may. Back to the release of Morrowind, if you ever played the game.
What's the name of it?
Morrowind, the Elder Scrolls.
Oh yeah, Elder Scrolls. I played. Yeah. I had the Game of the Year edition that had the 2 expansions included with it.
Yeah, it was a great game, and I remember I bought it on the week of release there, and I bought it on the Friday. Took it home back to my computer, which had a brand new 5.1 surround system. And I stocked up the house and endeavored to just immerse myself into the world for the full weekend. So I drew the curtains, which were big, heavy, blackout curtains.
Nice.
Shut the windows. Sat there and just spent the whole weekend on energy drinks and Elder Scrolls. That was my weekend.
Sweet.
But for anyone who hasn't played the game, Morrowind is an RPG, and a lot of the weather in the game, it rains a lot in the game. It is you're constantly walking around. It's either raining, drizzling, or occasionally there's like big howling gales coming off the big mountain and that sort of stuff. And so I immersed myself in that game for the full weekend and played right the way through to 8 o'clock in the morning on the Monday when I had to leave for work. And so when so on Monday morning when I had to leave for work, of course I dressed for rain because that was my full experience of the weekend. I dressed for rain, and then I opened the front door of the house and it was bright and sunny outside. And it was just, I was under the full belief, because of how I'd experienced the game during the weekend, that it was raining. That was my intuition. That was my feeling. That was my belief there, was that the weather outside was raining. And I was fully dressed for that. And I opened the door and it wasn't. My intuition was not proof of the weather outside. And that's really just the story that popped into my head. And I don't know if that's relevant. Maybe it's relevant. I don't know. And there may have been someone who tried to make a point along those lines.
No, I like it. I like it because what it demonstrates is that if you can condition an individual enough over a long period of time to intuit particular things about the world, it does not necessarily mean that the things that they're intuiting, no matter how strongly they intuit them or how strongly they have justified those things in their mind because of how they have been conditioned to interpret things, that they haven't eliminated their bias because they're assuming that these things are true or coming down to the conclusion that they are true, that they are still unjustified until they've applied independent confirmation to their assertion. So it's a good descriptor of how, in your short version of time, what could so easily happen in just a weekend. You could wind up in that position. Now imagine a person that has been done to them their entire lives, through all their formative years, through all the way up into their 20s, and how much more prone they're going to be and how much harder it will be to release themselves from that bias when faced with critical inquiry. So with that independent confirmation. So it's interesting. I think it applies analogously. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that whole idea of like, because I've heard it a lot over the years. The whole, I'm very sure that you've probably heard a similar, either exact the same thing word for word or not. You know, the idea of but if you just believe the Bible is true, well, then you will understand that God is real. I've heard those words before from people, and it is a weird sort of logic I've always.
Well, it's confirmation bias. It's basically you have to, in order to get the evidence you want, in order to get the evidence you're looking for, you have to first accept that the God exists. But if you accept the God exists and the things that are logically entailed by the God, then anything that you come across that would confirm your prior held bias, your prior held belief, will then confirm your belief. And it's literally just a push to accept confirmation bias. But we have to determine it exists first. We'd have to determine that existence and determine that the attributes we think it has, it actually has them. And then we can just, start chipping away from the logical argumentation there. Okay. Oh, it does exist. Well, does it exist like I think it exists? Oh, it exists like I think it exists. Well, does that mean it does this? And so on and so forth and so on and so forth. So, and it's putting the cart before the horse is what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think more people could benefit from spending a weekend playing Elder Scrolls, maybe.
Awesome.
It does play out a lot easier nowadays when I'm living in Sweden and playing Skyrim. It's far easier for me to leave the house and have my confirmation bias confirmed.
Cool.
But but I thought I'd drop that one very briefly because it was just it was like a brainworm when he was talking about it. I'm sitting there going like, no, I must say the thing. So yes,
awesome.
Anyway.
I appreciate it.
So, anyway, but I think,
Thanks so much, bud. You rock.
Yeah, no problem. I'll leave you over to the next person then.
All right, bud. Have a great one. Take care.
Bye. Bye.
All right, here we go. I got one more person up. Got Speedmaster guy. We'll see how fast this goes. Speedmaster.
Hello, I can be very fast. Hello, how are you today?
I'm good. Thanks so much for coming up. What have you got for us today?
Well, Warren, I'm an atheist, but I do want to discuss something religious related, though. What is your opinion of religion in current society? Because I would argue that religion still has a part to play.
So, okay, so my understanding of my position regarding modern day religions, the way they are today, is predicated mostly upon my understanding of religion in its historical sense. So the idea of what a religion is, which is essentially just a ideology or a common thought that is agreed upon by a group of people. And in our early days, 10, 20, 30,000, 50,000 years ago, there is an obvious utility to banding people together in large groups under a banner of common thought or a common acceptance. And that's how we form tribes, is that we group together, we come together in groups, and we establish socially cohesive groups through commonalities, okay, through the things we have in common, whether it's we're physically related, we all believe the same thing, so on and so forth. And that's how we develop tribes, and from tribes we develop communities, we develop societies in that respect. So religion is one sort of banner of common belief, is what it is. Now, the benefit of this is that there is survival in numbers. The more people you can convince to believe a thing, the more people you can have working in the effort of promoting and pushing and sustaining the thing that they believe in. So if I get people together, if I convince everybody that a God exists and that God wants them to help the poor, then I can get people together in large groups and I can more effectively and efficiently help the poor because they're all working towards a common goal. Now, that's today in society. Back then in the past, it would be, we need to create a shelter because we want to live. God wants us to live so that we can spread the message of God. So we all need to work together to build a shelter to keep us safe from the elements. Everybody works together. We get the shelter built fast and we get it done efficiently. We now all survive, so on and so forth. So there was an ancient survival utility to these concepts. They just as a result of our reasoning, type 1 and type 2 errors, patterns of chaos, shit like that. So yes, there is a very obvious utility there that cannot be denied.
And you still see that utility to this day?
Okay, now today, in the common era, we have eliminated virtually all of those problems that we faced back then. So while there's still utility to the banner of common ideas, to uniting people under those banners, and that's to accomplish tasks in a more effective and efficient manner because you have more people working towards a goal, which is good. You could do it with science. You could do it with anything pretty much. The thing is, what used to keep with religion, because religions themselves are entirely subjective and are and the group is composed of people who have been convinced of these things. Nowadays, we now have a much, much larger society. And the problem with religions, in part of that survival mechanism, is that one of the ways that we survived, that these groups survived, was that the religion justified action against other people that threatened their belief. It motivated people to ensure the survival of the belief by eliminating threats to the belief. Which is why when we describe religion spreading at the tip of a sword, okay, it's not like the Romans the Romans traveled west and convinced the Germanics that Christianity is true. Here's all our argumentation. Please join Christians. And then the pagans were like, oh, wow, our ancient historical religion is wrong. Let's all be Christians now. That's not what happened.
Was through the sword. Right. I agree.
Exactly. So nowadays, what we see in contemporary society is that the benefit of religion has now fallen to the wayside because we no longer need it for survival benefit. But the tenets of the us versus them mentality still exist because that's predicated upon our natural tribalism. So that
I would agree to a certain extent, though, in the modern secular society, for sure. But and this is not a hot topic that I'm saying here, we can say Africa, certain parts of the peninsula are not overdeveloped at this point. So it's still a crutch.
I'd say for many, it is a crutch. And sometimes it provides an opportunity for other religions to come in and start inserting themselves. Like we can say that, and there are detrimental results of that. Because remember, there's a kind of us versus them mentality. For example, you used Africa. Great example. In Africa, a lot of disparate, unincorporated, nomadic tribal groups and very, very small towns that are just struggling to survive, that are desperate. You have religion comes in, say the Catholics come in. They convince these people that their God exists, and they convince them that they don't want them to use contraceptives, like condoms and shit like that. They don't want them to use it. All right. Now, that's what the religion says. The problem is that there is a systemic issue of rape in some of those areas in Africa, in many of those areas of Africa. Now, if people are taught to not use contraceptives because they religiously believe that God doesn't want them to do that, then you will see, and you don't address the problem of rape, then you will obviously see an uptick or an increase in the spread of sexually transmitted diseases, which is what we see, which is why the HIV epidemic is so bad in Africa, is because the vast majority of them have been convinced that the God doesn't want them to use contraceptives. So when they rape people, they spread the disease. That's detrimental. And the reason, the reason they reject the science that says that they should do it is because of the us versus them mentality that religion has baked into it. We're right, they're wrong, and they're wrong because they're trying to convince you that your God either doesn't exist or doesn't want you to do this. So you need to reject that wholesale and do this. And that us versus them mentality is detrimental. Yeah, it turned out to be detrimental because we no longer need it anymore.
Indeed. That's my answers questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Good example there. Great example. All right. So it's about 3:31. I think we're got a good clip. I think that's 31, 32, 33, 30. We're about 3 hours now. So I think we got time for one more, maybe one more. So Bubba. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I got you. You good? Can, let me
Hello.
check.
My meeting was completely sideways. I wasn't. I should have been more prepared. Hi, JL.
Hey, welcome to the stage.
Usually I run my own call with a similar format to this one, where I ask people to convert me to their religions, and because all I really care about is whether or not the religion is true. And something that you pointed out that I found very interesting was when you said that religion, the point of it when we were like more primal, we were more primal cavemen, was that we would work towards a cause and have a survival benefit with the clutch nowadays in modern secular society to have an us versus them mentality. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that in our primal days, that us versus them mentality was good for both our survival and the survival of the ideology. And it had a survival utility for both. So because the ideology was protected by killing other people that threaten the ideology, and it banded us together to survive in larger groups. Nowadays, we don't encounter the threats to our survival that we did then. So we don't need the survival utility that religion provides us. So therefore, all that's left is the us versus them tribalistic mentality, which then only causes greater detriment because of the global society in which we now live.
Though what I want to kind of press you with my belief is, the thing is, I'm an agnostic and I lean more towards atheism. However, I don't want to be a full-blown atheist because I believe that atheism ultimately causes like things like a subjective values. If we all have subjective morals and we all have if everything about us is basically subjective, then that us versus them mentality is kind of like where it stems from.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree. I acknowledge that there are a lot of people that argue against it because they don't like what's entailed by moral relativism. I agree with you on that, and I see that you see that. And it is problematic. Okay, moral relativism is problematic. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not the case. Okay, the question then becomes: can we align together and communicate past the us versus them mentality to find what the commonality of our moral intuitions in order to create societies that equally benefit all the people in the society? And can we do that on a global scale? And
the question is just how.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, I will 100% agree with you. That is really fucking hard, to put it simple.
Yeah.
To find that commonality between 8 billion people, almost 9 billion people. Yeah, I was like, what the shit? So fortunately, the internet has enabled us to start doing that. But I think that these are baby steps, going forward. And there's going to be some moral dilemmas along there between what information should be disseminated, how it should be disseminated, and who it should be disseminated to, which I think there should be equanimity or equality across the board in all these things, but also teaching people how to think and not what to think. So there is a balance between security and freedom there. But that's another discussion entirely. So I agree that moral relativism does present issues, but ultimately I don't think is a defeater. And I don't think that the difficulty of that should warrant falling back on ancient habits in order to avoid those problems. I think it should be an incentive for us to solve those problems. That's just my position. Subjectively, it's my position.
And that is kind of like wouldn't that be one universal religion to an extent?
I think it would be I wouldn't say a religion, I would say an ideology. So if you were to invoke the sci-fi nerd in me, I could see the Federation as a possibility, where the unifying ideology of the species is exploration and knowledge, because all your basic needs are taken care of. Shelter, water, food, and all that is handled. Okay, so the unifying ideology of the Federation in Star Trek is exploration and knowledge. Okay, so, and that's what I love about that. Now, some would say that it's utopia. Some would say that it's not possible, that you're always going to have conflicting ideologies or whatever. But those do exist in the Star Trek universe. And there are ways to handle them because there is a very live and let live policy in place. Okay, that people can hold to their standards, but we don't deny evidence and stuff like this. So I think that we can get there. And it would be a unifying ideology, everybody moving in the same direction. But I wouldn't say that we hold to it religiously in that respect, just that it is important because it doesn't put us at the center and doesn't reinforce detrimental tribalistic notions.
And the only other question I was curious about asking you about was, someone once presented me a very compelling argument for the existence of not exactly a god more or less, but it was just the existence of a prime mover, like the first cause of the universe.
Like deism in that respect?
Pretty much.
Okay.
And they said that because of the nature that how we know things to work, it would be that everything that has a beginning has a cause, and this prime mover has to be outside of time and eternal in some type of way, or at least exist outside of time with the power of creation. And the thing that really made me consider, at the very least, deism, at the very least, was that everything that has a cause, it's in my notes real quick, everything that basically has a cause has to have a being with a will behind it, with a consciousness. And every example I think of, like when something that has a cause, like turning on my light, for example, where there's a light right next to me.
Okay.
The light bulb turns on and off. How does it turn on and off? It doesn't turn on and off by itself. It has to have a me to be able to flip it on and off. It won't just go on and off by itself. And there's nothing that's the same idea with the beginning of the universe. That something basically had to go and make the universe come into existence.
Yeah, I see that. I recognize the basic logic there, going all the way back to Aquinas in the first mover argument in that respect. Now I see it, how that applies to how we perceive causality within the system. That tracks. The problem is that back when that argument was originally formulated, there was an assumption made about the universe that we now know to be false. Or that at least the evidence is indicating that it is false, and that is that the universe had a beginning. And so
you don't think it had a beginning?
No, I do not hold it. And it's the general consensus in physics as a result of the evidence of predictive models that the universe didn't have a beginning. Now, the reason for this, to explain this, is that the universe itself, the physical universe we occupy, okay, is fundamentally energy. Okay, the capacity to do work. Now, energy itself, by virtue of the first law of thermodynamics, can either be created or destroyed. It simply changes states. So matter begins to exist because energy transposes into matter, and then matter transposes back into energy. Now, the universe itself is simply defined as the sum total of everything that exists. Okay? So right now, the universe includes planets, space-time, life, asteroids, comets, all the stuff, all the elements, all the stuff that's in it. But at one point, the universe was just energy. That energy,
just basically like the vacuum of space. Is that what you're saying?
No. Just energy in and of itself, the capacity to do work, which means that the universe has always existed. It simply changes states, and the physical universe that we occupy, with space-time itself, with the fabric of space-time itself being a quantum effect, and we can go deeper into that later. There's a really, really great hypothesis that's probably going to be confirmed in a couple of years, that space-time itself, the fabric of space-time, is literally just a quantum effect of particles quantumly entangled with themselves, which is really, really interesting stuff. But that's beside the point. It's all the effects of energy. So the problem is that we can hypothesize, given what we know about the universe and energy on this side of observability, because the Big Bang is the origin point of observability. It does not state that the universe began there. It states that this state of the universe emerged from the inflation event at that point. But this universe that we occupy is simply one state, one possible state of that energy. The question then becomes, given that the Big Bang is essentially, if you imagine that there's a brick wall, and it goes up infinitely high, down infinitely low, and infinitely to either side. So you only have access to your side of the wall. Now, the question is, what's on the other side of the wall? Okay, well, you can hypothesize about what's on the other side of the wall based upon what you know on your side of the wall. And you then would have to assume that states that you are familiar with on your side are equally applicable on the other side of the wall. Now, we can assume that, and then we can mathematically project what those states may look like. But ultimately, we don't have access to them. So we have to hypothesize, which is why there is no concrete scientific, there's no scientific theory as to what those prior states are or how they operate. The current agreement or the consensus in physics is that time still existed. It simply does not exist in a quantifiable state that we understand on this side of observability, in which it is interwoven with space, creating space-time. But linear events or even non-linear events that may or may not be contingent still occurred in a fashion on that side of observability, but in energy states that are not quantified by space, by positions in space. So it gets really, really murky, especially when you get into trying to utilize quantum mechanics to describe these things. Ultimately, for the sake of conversation, I like to simply say there's an origin point of observability that we call the Big Bang, very tongue-in-cheek, the Big Bang. And beyond that is pure mathematically backed hypothesis. But ultimately, nobody knows is where we can go from there. But it definitely is, we can definitely say that the origin point of observability is not the beginning of existence, the beginning of the universe. It didn't begin to exist there. That state of the universe emerged from a prior state. So that's where we're currently at, if that makes sense.
Don't you see a correlation basically between the theory that God created the universe and the theory that the Big Bang or science or natural or like the origin point of observability, as you put it, was
I think
that there it is. I mean, what I was going to say is that the correlation is that they are neither disprovable or provable.
Yes.
Therefore, now it's just like that's like a problem that is like just the
exactly. Yeah, you are exactly right, and I think that's how I hold that you can reason to deism, where there could be a creating entity, a creating entity that was powerful enough to create the universe, or to essentially kick the football on the universe, and then it fucked off with no evidence left of its existence. That is entirely logically possible. You could reason yourself to deism. I have no problem with that, because I can't prove it's false. So yeah, it's logically possible. So there you go. You can reason yourself there, but to hold that deism is true would be irrational, because as I can't demonstrate that it's false, the deist can't demonstrate that entity in fact exists. So there'd still be begging the question. So I would say because of that unfalsifiability, you can reason there, but you can't hold the position rationally.
Didn't you say that you can reason your way to deism?
Yeah, I just said that. You can reason yourself to deism because there's no logical contradiction, but you can't hold it to be true because you'd still be begging the question, assuming that it exists in order to do the thing that it does, which means that holding it as true would be irrational.
And I have just one more question, because I'm curious on what you think about this, because I've been thinking about this a lot since I kind of started considering deism. If there was just a prime mover God, a creator God of some sort, how do you think that you would go about your life knowing that he existed?
If I knew
if you just knew that he existed, it was unmistakably true that God created the universe, how would you go about setting your life up under that knowledge?
If it was deism and there was a creating entity that was demonstrated to exist, that there was an agent behind the inflation event, then obviously there are some questions that need to be answered before I can make any determination as to my relationship with this thing. So until those questions are answered, it would essentially be like how I view gamma ray bursts right now. Okay, in the universe in this universe, you're familiar with what a gamma ray burst is, right?
No.
Okay, so at the far edge of the universe, there are stars that emit gamma ray, that emit bursts of gamma radiation. It's called a gamma ray burst. Okay, these bursts of energy are phenomenal, almost unquantifiable in the level of their extremity. Okay, and this energy, because it's traveling through the medium of space, just keeps traveling. Just imagine Earth sitting in the middle of a shooting range. Okay, now it's random. We can't predict when gamma ray bursts are going to happen, but we do know that they do. So the question is, what's the probability of a gamma ray burst hitting the Earth at any given point? Because if a gamma ray burst were to hit the Earth, nothing is going to survive. Now, the reality is we live in this shooting range. There is a logical possibility that a gamma ray burst could hit the Earth and destroy everything, and just literally fricassee the planet, flash fry the planet in a few microseconds, and that's it. So if an entity existed and I couldn't ask questions about it or ask questions of it, and I couldn't make any determinations as to its nature or why it did a thing or whatever, I knew it existed, then my relationship to it would be akin to my relationship to the existence of gamma ray bursts. It's a thing that's out there that may or may not have an effect on my life, but there's no way to determine if it is affecting my life until it actually does. So I would simply acknowledge it and then move on. Is pretty much it.
Just
I
go about.
Yeah,
go
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you basically go about your life under more of a secular humanist lifestyle anyway.
I can't control it. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to exert any control over this thing. I can't change it. It's simply another function of the universe or another facet of the universe that I'm now aware of. And because I can't do anything about it, it's not like I can shake my fist at the sky and make something different happen. You know, I can't change the course of the gamma ray burst. I can't change the mind of a creating entity that refuses to interact with me. So essentially, they kind of fall in the same lines. It's kind of like there could be a rogue black hole out there that suddenly enters our solar system and eats the Earth. Well, what are you going to do? You know?
Yeah,
exactly. It's kind of like, I guess that's it. You know?
I'll hug my wife and die.
There you go. Yeah, bend over and kiss your ass goodbye because it's or grab the first thing that you can find. So in that respect, it's kind of like if I knew it existed, okay, now I know it exists. Now we've got lots of questions. That would be good knowledge to have because that would close so many doors and open so many new ones. Because now we could do critical inquiry into the entity itself, which would be fantastic. That would open up a whole new realm of science, you know, and that would be cool. But ultimately, you know, if it refuses to interact with us and we can't do anything about it, and it's kind of like, well, it's there, but it won't do anything. It won't talk to us. It won't interact with us. We know it's there, but it's just floating around like a rogue black hole, doing whatever it wants to do with no explanation. Well, then, okay. And, you know, I would worry about it as much as I would worry about a rogue black hole or a gamma ray burst. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm good for time. If I'm not sure if you want to do, I see John raising his hand.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Well, that's it. Then, yeah. Good. Yeah. Good times.
See you, Jail.
All right, bud. Take care. Thanks so much. All right. I think we got time for one more. We can do this real quick. John, I can bring you back up. Nobody else has their hands up. So there's been some great conversations we've had today. This was a good one. I wish we had more people in the audience. I know I started late. That's going to be my fault. Like, you know, the lack of people in the audience is totally me. I'm to blame for that. But let's bring up John one last time, probably for some closing thoughts. And I think we're in a good spot. I think we're in a good place. So what's up, John?
Hello. So I want to add, like, final thought there. As you said, like these little final thoughts at the end, because it's nothing I say is substantial. Like, you are far more learned than I am. So when it comes to the learned commentary, that's all you. Here I am, my simple mind is just sitting there going like, yeah, if just that question there of what would you do if you knew a deity exist or an entity existed, I should say, that starting entity. And it is exactly as you said there. We just go about our lives with more questions.
Right.
And that is, I think, the core of it. It just sort of reminded me of the accusation often that atheists get is that we are godless and therefore lacking morals in some way.
Yeah, which is just silly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would. I think absent a specific God that would refer then to a specific text, which would then definitely change my life. You know, if someone said, you know, the Christian God or you know, Thor existed, then maybe I would change my ways according to that. But so I would just carry on just being a good person. You know, just yeah.
Yeah, because what else could you do? Yeah.
Yeah. Just okay, God exists, and I think that's maybe the core message. I think that atheists have been trying to express to theists for a long time is that can we not just be good people? That's all we're asking. Can we not just be good people? Absent God or with God, who cares? Can we not just be good people? That's all we're asking.
Yeah. Can we acknowledge that that even with Christians, with atheists and Christians, there are still moral valuations that overlap. There are still moral distinctions that overlap. Can we rely upon those overlapping distinctions and valuations in order to create a society that benefits us both equally? And in the atheist mind, in the secularist mind, we definitely can do that. In many Christians' minds, not all, but in many Christians' minds, we cannot, because they interpret the existence of moral relativism to be a threat to the idea that there's an entity that provides an objective moral standard. So which is just their appeal to consequences. So
I think that before I end, I will leave us all with the wise words of Bill and Ted. I think it's the best one. I think we can all end the day with is be excellent to each other and party on, dudes.
Party on, dudes.
That's all we ask. All right, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, bud.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Anytime, man. Long live Rufus. Gotta love Rufus. George Carlin. Oh, what a genius. I miss his comedy. I really do. I think we got time for one last one. Yeah, we got time. It's almost 4. We got time. Let's bring up the magician. And I think we can close out there because nobody else has their hands up. We can close it out with one last one. Magician.
Yeah, I have a personal question for you, actually.
Oh, sure.
Do you think perhaps the reliance on any like deity or any form of, like, I suppose, moral justification outside of oneself is perhaps indicative of a form of, I guess, moral decadence or absence in theists?
I think it can be, but I don't think it's law. I don't think it's necessarily entailed. But I think that what you're describing is can definitely be a byproduct of that.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I think that
I would agree.
That depends upon, I would guess, the willingness of humility. I would say the willingness or conditioned state of humility of the individual. Yeah.
Well, obviously, it's like it requires like a large set of variables. I'm just saying, like, as a tendency, that tends to be the case, right? Yeah.
Totally agree.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the solution to that, though, surely is more. If we're going to include like the larger set of variables as a whole, and we're to assess this from like I guess like a long-term standpoint, not necessarily a change in ideology, I suppose, but rather like the base interests for how we like engage in anything that is considered to be moral, i.e., like how people function on like a biological level, right? And the reason I would posit that instead of like say an ideological shift in society is because well, first of all, in order to like be reliant on ideological shifts as a basis for like the perpetuation of moral standards, comes a crucial implication that there must always be this like a system of co-reliance to enforce morality, because it is not innate to people. And the issue with that, furthermore, is as it's kind of like Ted Kaczynski's criticism of industrial society, actually, where because this system is co-reliant, it means that whenever there is an issue in one area, it will translate to an issue in all, resulting in its inevitable collapse. Therefore, relying on these, like, I guess, assets or institutions or doctrines to build morality, which leads to complete decay in any form of like chaos that would come when the system falls. So it would follow that the best way to deal with this instead would be to engage, I guess, in almost like a capital expenditure plan, where basically we would, rather than like invest in the systems that would uphold morality, we would invest in changing people on like a biological level to act in accordance towards like a more functional system.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, up there to the changing people. I agree with you up to that point, because you said changing people on a biological level. So I will agree with you up to the point of changing people by allowing them or allowing them equal access to information across the board. Because the systemic failures that you're talking about, those have tendrils in virtually every facet of our society, including education.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. And so I would say it starts with the education, making sure the information is available equally to everyone, and that no one can stand in the way of that information, that there's no roadblocks, no paywalls between those two.
Mm-hmm.
Changing people biologically, that's getting into another field. Like altering how, like changing people how our brains function. That's getting into dicey. But then again, I'm saying it's getting into dicey moral and ethical dilemmas. But then again, even those moral and ethical dilemmas are subjective to me. So dictating how a person should biologically be, because just simply for the utility of it.
Well, it's not about the utility necessarily. It's of course, everyone acts to a degree on any personal interest, right? So, to me, this isn't like an issue, but I could perhaps appeal to an idea that the issue with your system, according to your own ethics, is that there will always be moral failure under these systems because of the issue I mentioned with co-reliant structures, right? It's doomed to fail in the long term eventually at some stage, which is why I advocate for things like capital expenditure in a are you familiar with Klaus Schwab's idea of the fourth industrial revolution?
I know of it. I have not had the time to sit through it. So, but I'm vaguely familiar with the concepts. It's been a few years.
Technically it's ongoing, but it's in very early processes. I'll simplify it though, for everyone listening and yourself. It's basically the idea, and this of course is an oversimplification, keep that in mind, that over time, different forms of technology would be organized. They would be deconstructed and then organized holistically. So it would lead to a blend of biological, virtual, and other forms of technology, right? Into a sort of hybridized society. But I posit, rather than this being the current things that are posited in the World Economic Forum, developing large scale systems that could be not necessarily decentralized, but instead based on almost large scale rental systems, Uberizing the entire economy. And that's a very common theme. To put it in its simplest form. Obviously, that's not exactly what they're saying. I'm just trying to put it into layman's terms. But that's a common theme.
I'm following.
But I would argue it would be. Yeah, but I'm arguing that shouldn't be the case. Instead, we should be focusing on instead of drastically expanding our revenue expenditure, we should instead increase our capital expenditure to reduce revenue expenditure long term. In the sense that capital expenditure is you can kind of think of it as one-time payments that add up, that continue for a long time. So as an example, solar panels are capital expenditure, right? But revenue expenditure is things that require consistent investment. So as an example, upkeep or maintenance, right?
Right.
And these the thing is with these systems is that if you don't use capital expenditure and you're relying on this large scale co-reliant system, not only is it bad in the sense that it will collapse because of the reasons I stated earlier, an issue in one area will translate to an issue in all because of the centralization, but also it's not good in regards to sustainability, and it's not good in regards to retaining profits or any capital to put back into the economy. So instead of developing these large rental scales, I'm arguing instead we should invest back into the population in quite a literal sense, deconstructing the population and redeveloping them.
Sure,
right.
Yeah.
And
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
The focus is on the wrong thing. That leads to a lopsided power dynamic. I agree with you completely.
Yeah, and sure, the power dynamic may benefit these elites in the short term, but in the long term, it doesn't benefit them because, because this system will collapse. It would simply benefit them more to develop one where they could possibly have this sustainability, right?
This is classic game theory. Evolutionary game theory. Evolutionary game theory in that respect, that describes that cooperative actions in the short term lead to long-term better results for the group, whereas even though those short-term results may not be beneficial to the individual, they are long-term beneficial to the society or to the group itself. Whereas,
it's more holistic than that. But I know what you mean.
But then selfish actions, which may be beneficial to the individual in the short term, ultimately long-term, if everybody engaged that, are long-term detrimental to the group itself. So I think game theory expresses that really, really well.
I don't really like game theory because it's a bit of an overgeneralization, because you have to keep in mind with human societies, we are capable and have developed systems where not all the time, but a lot of the time, selfish actions lead to collective group outcomes that are beneficial, right? Ayn Rand writes about this actually, where basically by the capitalist engaging in like what is best for them in regards to value, in a system where value is like measured according to the entire needs of a society, benefits the entire needs of a society because they're like directly contributing towards that system and like propagating like the infrastructural developments, the and like other economic related developments that like everyone tends to benefit from, like starting up different businesses, reducing prices, like and appealing towards customers to make sure they outcompete people to gain profit, etc. You get what I'm saying. That's all. I think game theory. Here's the thing, right? We do need a degree of selection, right? Because if we continue to propagate a population that is reliant on a multitude of other people, rather than as the progenitors of a society, right, instead being like reliant on society, then we're going to run into a very like backwater kind of I guess stagnant state of evolution like we are now, right? Where there isn't a lot of progress in comparison to what's happened in the past few 100,000 years, right? And that it has been the case that through the past 10,000 years, there hasn't been a lot of physical or like genetic changes in regards to how we engage with things, apart from say like in a way that is actually disbeneficial to the human population. So as an example, we can look at like the expansion of and I'll explain what this means. I'm just gonna afterwards, so it's like not too difficult to follow. There's an expansion of a particular gene called DRD47R, which is a repeating allele, which basically means it just like it multiplies within the genome. And the issue with that is this affects the dopamine receptors in a way that drastically induces like addictive tendencies, and has grown because there has been the ability for it to grow as it promotes like this consumerist, not just consumerist mentality, but is also really good in cosmopolitan settings because it's easy to develop organizational structures that like allow for control of populations because it like develops almost like a self-domesticated algorithm, right? Like a self-domesticated cognitive algorithm in like the people who have it, right? At least that's the current theory, right? And that is that's like one example of how this co-reliant structure has instead led to large costs in regards to the actual development of the human species in favor of the system that will inevitably collapse, right? And it's funny because Ted Kaczynski also writes about this, where he explains how like the continual reliance on this system and the greater the system expands, the more drastic the consequences would be, right? And that's why it is important, rather than just like assessing morality from like a purely ideological standpoint, to like engage with the physical structures for how we like operate.
Yeah, I can see that. This is very topical given what's going on currently right now in the U.S. And I know that is that likely the inspiration behind the kind of like the dialogue here is because socially we seem to be at a crossroads where people are beginning to see that.
I'm not sure much how that could like specifically apply to the U.S. Like in a contemporary sense, and it could like throughout its entire history. But no, I don't. What could you elaborate?
Yeah, so like right now, what's going on with the whole like the class consciousness, what we're referring to right now, like we see the inklings. We don't see an actual movement right now, but we do see the inklings of people suddenly becoming aware of a very real systemic problem that we have known and people have talked about, like people like Kaczynski have talked about existing. Okay. Now, for some reason, and you've explained why, there is a biological reason as to why the vast majority of the population, turns a blind eye to this thing. But we are beginning to be aware that it is a systemic problem that we've let go on too long. So there is this inkling of an idea that we can alter that we can take steps to alter that. Now, I like that you're taking it in the direction that we can actually go towards a specific thing that we can target within ourselves biologically, where we can facilitate that change. And I'm saying that we can do it on a social level, that we don't necessarily need to do it on a biological level, that our awareness of the biological component also allows us to deny that we do, that basically our capacity for evaluation in our prefrontal cortex allows us to be aware of the things that we are prone to, and therefore we can actively work against those things that we're prone to. So I don't think we need to go so far as to go so far. I know, and it's hard. It's much harder. I agree with you on that. It's much more difficult to deny.
No,
what
I'm
you're-
not. That's
yeah.
not what I'm disagreeing
Yeah.
with.
Oh,
That's not what I'm disagreeing with, right? I understand we can do these things socially, theoretically. I'm just talking more about the sustainability of that system. That it would be far more sustainable in the long term if we just, changed human beings as a whole.
oh yeah.
Of course, there are
If we
still
cut the
issues
head off,
then.
if we cut the head off the snake, then
Yeah.
absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't really use that allegory. I personally, I don't like to use and this is a bit of a tangent, but I prefer to use terminology like the crow because snakes generally tend to represent things like wisdom and life.
Oh
So
the
I really think I wanna-
the allegory being that whether it's a tactical allegory, a wartime allegory, or whatever you like this,
Yeah.
but the source of the problem, the root of the problem, attacking the root instead of attacking the symptoms. Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Of course, there comes another issue from this. We can't do this by we can do this by genetic engineering, right? But we if we institute any measures that would rely that would force human beings to rely on a larger. Oh, wait, 1 second. I need to just do something. Sorry, I thought my cat was going to puke on the carpet. Anyway, if we deal with something like this in a form of eugenics or some other form of mechanism that would mean that human genetic progress or any other form of biological progress for that matter would rely on a society in any way, let's say pharmaceutical developments or as well, as an example, right? Then inevitably we run into the same issue with the social developments where
Could we say
fall
transhumanism?
I don't know. I prefer using the term posthumanism because I think that's more accurate to what I'm saying.
I can say posthumanism. I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and because obviously I don't think that I'm not an anthropocentrist, right? I don't think that we're not the pinnacle of evolution. I think in this obviously, and that's not something people take into account, right? Because I really would like for a species that has such a large degree of transposable genetics and such an acute control over it that we could and it's such large developments on a genetic level, to the point where we no longer are solely reliant on nitrogenous bases, that we are capable of engaging in a biological form that could traverse space without any need for technological developments, that sort of thing. That's something that I think is theoretically possible and feasible. And it's just a shame because we don't have the proper large scale societal developments and planning for this to occur at the current time, and that's something we should work towards changing, and I think we can change that.
I could see that. I really could. It's a fascinating thing. I do apologize. I've gone a bit over. So, but yeah,
it's my fault. I always join late.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's all good. It's a fantastic idea and fantastic concepts that I think would benefit society to at minimum dive into and start exploring. So and not such a fringe way. And I know that there's going to be, if we had this conversation, there are going to be people out there that are going to hear the name Kaczynski, and they're automatically going to be biased against that, which is a shame. It's broken in that respect. But very, very solid points, and a lot of things that I do agree on in that respect. So yeah, fantastic.
All right, well, it was I guess that's it now, right?
yeah. So I appreciate it, Magician, definitely.
Right.
And if you catch the stage next month when I do it in January, because I believe it's going to be, if I look at my calendar on my day planner,
it's on the event stage actually.
January 19th will be the next one. So definitely feel free to pop in.
No problem. Yeah.
All right, thank you, bud. You have yourself a great day.
All right, you too.
All right. Fantastic. That was a good one. That was a good conversation. And I see that we're beginning to wind down. The audience is winding down. There's fewer people here. So I think this is a good place. So I want to thank everybody. Thank you, everybody in the audience for being here. Thank you, everybody who came into the Discord. This has been the Stage of Reason. I hold this every third Sunday. And typically it goes off at 9:30 a.m. And then we kick off the stage at 10. And we have these discussions here. Usually I have a special guest. I screwed up this morning, which is why we started so late, but I wanted to make sure that we got it in. The next one is scheduled for January 19th. You'll see the notification. If you're subscribed to this channel with the bell on, you'll get the notification when I put that up. And when we will continue, we will do the exact same thing and have a lot of fun conversations. And I think this was a good one. This was an especially good one. So it's interesting because the quality of the stage seems to improve in the afternoon, whereas the early one seems to have more people because it's first thing in the morning and I guess, with time zones, more people are there. So it's an interesting little trade-off. I may move the time. I may talk with Taco, who's the admin for this. I may talk with him about adjusting the time to be a little bit later in the morning, maybe 11, okay, or maybe 12. And maybe we could find a good happy medium there. But I appreciate everybody coming out. And so thank you all so much. Thank you for joining the Stage of Reason. Be sure to check out the Politics Discord. It is in the description. If you're not a part of it and you'd like to be on the stage, the link for the Politics Discord is in the description of this live stream. So join it, click it, join us here, and you can come up on stage and we can have a chat. So I appreciate that. So thank you to Taco. Thank you to the Politics Discord server, everybody who came up and engaged. This was a lot of fun, and I will see you all on the next one, January 19th. Look for that notification. You all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. Let me see if I can do this correctly. Did I end the stage? Didn't end the stage. I don't have a button to end the stage. Okay, there we go. I guess I could just step out. Okay, great. So the stage is still there. Anyway, so let's go ahead and stop that. So that was really, really good. This was a good one. We're going to do it again. And the invitation is still out there for Jefferson Spatchcock and Corsi to join me on the next one. And hopefully I don't screw it up then and I'm well rested. But I've been churning out content, getting videos ready. As a matter of fact, as soon as I'm done with this, I have to finish another video that I'm currently in the middle of because I didn't sleep enough because I was trying to get work done. So there's more videos coming out. If you're a member of the channel, if you're a member of the Godless Army, then there are a couple of videos that have already released. They're going to be released to the public. So there's a special thing that we were doing. So, and I'm kind of liking the idea. I think people enjoy the premieres more than they enjoy like members only content. Just because I just think people dig the spectacle of the premiere. So I'm going to continue doing premieres. The members only content was kind of an experimentation there. So, but there's more videos coming out. I have more premieres coming up. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I hope you guys dig those. If you haven't, please like, share, and subscribe. I appreciate that. And I want to make sure that I cover these. Second Best Bob, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 38 months. Thank you so much, Second Best. B. Healy, who dropped a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Hey man, it was me before this. I enjoyed talking with you. Thank you so much, B. Healy. That conversation was a blast. I appreciate it. Second Best Bob gifted 5 memberships to the Godless Army. So all you new members, please enjoy all the emojis, the custom emojis, and the channel badge that you have available to you. That badge is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a member here, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? And of course, Dr. Nimrod, thank you so much, bud, who's been a member for 28 months. Thank you so much for that support. You guys rock. It's only 99 cents to be a member of the Godless Army, which is pretty much what I value my content as. And you can occasionally get early access to content when I drop it. So I appreciate everything being there. I Killed Earl, thanks so much for popping in. I do see you. Azo as well. Thank you so much for being here as well. Doctor Who Design, appreciate you being here. Turtle Moves, appreciate you. Good to see you. Secreto, good to see you. So I appreciate everybody. Babylon Done Outside the Box, appreciate you being here as well. All the people that I missed, thank you all very, very much. You guys rock. So I have new content coming out. The live streams are going to be happening, and you're going to see me popping around. Just that this month, I've been kind of out of pocket because I've been focused so much on video creation and just churning out content. The goal was to try and reach 10K by the end of the year. I don't think it's going to happen, but it might. I might be surprised when the Daily Wire video drops. That may actually get some attention. I have no idea, but we'll see. The only thing I can do is just keep churning out content and hope that you guys like it, that you interact with it, you watch it, you like it, and you subscribe and check that out. And so that's all. That's pretty much it. So this has been the Stage of Reason. So I hope you all enjoyed it. This has been an absolute blast. I am the host, JL. If it's your first time here, I appreciate you being here. Come up and talk with me on the stage sometime. And until next time, be safe. Be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. I'll see y'all.